Ooh, hello, hello, hello. What's up? Ooh, I was running. These hooligans were fighting. She's growing. How's everyone doing? Oh my goodness. I'm excited. Cat is running away and she's not allowed outside. No! Go catch the cat. Ugh. Is the thumbnail a spoiler? Tisk tisk. Much better than the IR though. I mean, look, I looked it up. I don't know. I have no idea what it's referencing. Yeah. I searched, I think, old Matt Mercer was, I think, where that thumbnail came from. What's up, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. Alba, John, Tai Tai, Soya, Timpanist. How we doing? Groinhead, Elfpire Eva, I think, first stream having you. Welcome, welcome. Whew. I'm happy to be back. Kansas City was cool. It was nice to see family, see some friends, but I'm excited to be back. It was too long away from home for my taste. It's been 84 years. Oh, this is just a D&D character? Oh, lol. What up, Beckliz? Hello. Oh, what's up, Mustang? Welcome. Good to have you. Thank you for the welcome backs. Hey. What's up? There was a little bit of a yip back there. How we doing? Coital. Maybe. What's up? You seem happier. I am sad to be leaving people. I'm nervous. What's going on? I can't tell. I think it is Bird just being vocal. She has gotten more vocal lately. But I keep looking back to make sure that things are actually okay. I think they are. But yes, I'm sad, I'm nervous for the future. But I feel so much lighter. I was getting just exhausted all the time. And now, even though I am actually exhausted, because I got I mean, it's no secret that I like to drink, and I went to a wedding this weekend, and the bride and groom like to drink, and then I drove 9 hours back to Chicago the next day, and now I'm here. So I'm a little tired, but mentally, I am so much less out of it all the time, which is so sick. I'm very happy about that. So I'm excited to get back to it. I have some. I'm starting things slow. I don't have too much planned for the start of March. I have some ideas, and I think first thing is I gotta fucking finish Baldur's Gate 3 next week. I mean, probably not actually next week, but I'm gonna try. I've got some other ideas I'm gonna start trying, and I have some soft plans for new recurring days and planned out days, but I'm not gonna actually announce them and actually plan them. I'm just gonna do it and see if I can keep that schedule up before I actually announce what the schedule is. So I'm psyched about it. I'm very, very psyched to be able to work more on the Unseen campaign. Just so much. So yeah. I'm also probably going to be moving out of here and into our spare bedroom, especially since I'm going to be streaming a lot during the day so that I don't disrupt Paige and her job. So it'll be a new background. We'll see how that goes. Stream start. How many minutes do we get into this session? None! Certainly a choice. The man, the myth, the legend. Bird flipping the bird? Exactly. Bird is a maniac, dude. Ask Bird what the word is. She has no response. So, nice. I had a nice out with friends. Sometimes you just need those social decompressions. Exactly. Clulockly. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, spiritually weighed down is a good way to put it, Sputnik. Yeah, just like existentially, like stress is off, which is dope. Soft launch. Yeah. Soft launch, Timpanist. Yeah, exactly. Is there a full episode Friday? I will not do that this week, Albie. Mostly because I still have that'll be my last day at work. Will be that Friday. So I honestly don't know. I might have time, like, theoretically, to do a full episode Friday. Like, I don't actually have anything, like, scheduled that day. But I definitely need to be available in case something comes up last minute. So, yeah. Setup. Oh, yeah, it's going to be sick. The new setup's going to be very, very sick. To have the familiar voice in my ear while I make Alfredo at work. Hell yeah, Tai. 2 months milestone. Let's go. Hi, Bird and Bug. Hell yeah, Mustang. Welcome. I mean, not welcome, but 2 months. Let's go. That's maybe the first gold megaphone, or at least the first one that I've seen. The first one that happened on stream, at least. I need to switch this to live chat. I was on top chat. Like a freaking nerd. And I also I've been watching Twitch chat here. I did get to see my Madre. It is always refreshing. Let's see. Good to hear you after so long, Megaphone. Thank you. I'm very happy and very excited to be back. It was actually, like, weirdly, I don't want to say nerve-wracking, but it was, like, kind of weird to hit go live after so long. But now that I'm here, it feels like home. So I'm psyched to be here. And I was worried that I wouldn't remember what happened last session, but I very much do. I very, very much do. And I actually have a weirdly large amount to say about it. Number one, the sort of comment highlight that I wanted to highlight. Go and look at. Wait, let me see. Is that on the right screen? No, it's not on the right screen. What the heck? Wait, let's switch the monitor. Okay, for some reason it thinks that's the top. What does it think the left is? Nope, that's not right. What is this? Aha! Go and look at the last, like on the last video, the Super Geek Mike comment, I think really succinctly kind of showed or kind of highlighted something that I was thinking about a lot in terms of thinking about a lot. Oh God. Oh wait, no, this isn't. What am I looking at right now? No, not this. Gosh dang it. Yeah, there was a Super Geek Mike comment that highlighted a lot of what I was thinking about with Liam/Vax right here. Oh wait, no, not that one. Where'd it go? Oh, this is all I haven't responded. There it is. No, not that one. Dang it. There were so many. Aha, this one. That Liam was talking about, that the rogue has a lot of things that it is, like, supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? Which is not super common within, I feel like, the design space of D&D. Where, like, it feels like rogue is supposed to be the sneaky one. Like, this mechanic that anyone can interact with, the rogue is supposed to do. Same thing with, like, lock picking. So I think, as Mike put it, like, that's why sometimes, Liam tends to maybe push in some areas and make it feel a little bit weird. So I thought that was good. And then there was another thing that I don't know if I mentioned at length, but I wanted to talk about harmony. I think I mentioned it a little bit last session, or potentially more than last session. But it maybe a few sessions ago. But there was this interview that I saw with a chess grandmaster that she was talking about like her strategy, essentially, like her overall philosophy for how she plays the game of chess. And she talked about this concept of harmony and not just balance, right? Like I think sometimes we can think about, like all of the things in our lives is kind of like a teeter-totter of like, okay, if I let this thing go, then this thing comes up or whatever. I know some YouTubers have talked about like spinning plates. But she talked about harmony as it's not that you are trying to like balance your strengths and weaknesses. It is that every piece on the board, every resource at your disposal is supporting the others. So it is not, I am focusing on this thing right now and I am leaving this other thing by the wayside. Her goal in all of her games is to create the most harmonious play and game possible, where every piece is supporting every other. And I thought that was a very cool way to think about it. I thought that was very, very cool. Very sick. And I sort of realized that I tend to think about DMing the same. So when I'm looking at a combat or a social interaction or exploration, I am trying to think about how these things support each other. And it's maybe something that I didn't make totally clear, especially during the end of the Briarwood arc, when we were talking about the ziggurat and when we were talking about everything related to those ending, that Smoky fight, the Briarwood fight. And I was talking about the level to which Matt rewarded his players and that potentially making worse combats. And it's not necessarily that I think that I didn't like that he was rewarding his players by making the combats easier. I think that is a great way to reward your players. In fact, related to last episode, the idea of sending off all of the, bandit or not thugs, all of like the thief guild, because Scanlan shows them, gives over this very valuable piece of loot for a potentially nebulous upside. Like, I think that on paper, that reward narratively works well. But I think there is also the aspect of it then made a very boring, very shitty fight. And there is some aspect of, Matt not necessarily knowing every nook and cranny of the system, maybe not realizing what might make a fight boring or not, which, to go back to the chess example, you're not going to be able to play a harmonious game of chess if you're not fully acquainted with the game. Even if you are I was about to say checkers. Even if you are a Go master, you're probably going to be very, very good at chess, but it will probably be difficult for you to play a truly harmonious game until you really learn the game and spend a lot of time in it. So I think there's that aspect for like why the combat might have been a little bit more boring. But there's also the aspect of when I think about how I want to reward players for the things that they do, I want those rewards to, yes, actually be rewards, actually give them benefits. But I don't want that to come at the cost of any part of the story. So like for especially players like Grog or Travis, the combats are very much high points. Like, these represent very climactic, very pivotal moments in the story. And so having them feel interesting the whole time is important for, like, the story and the narrative cohesion. So when I think about that, and then if we go one step further into the actual combat, them constantly trying to basically disengage the combat, right? Like, basically trying to get the combat to stop so that they can have a out of combat interaction with this guy, and Matt just repeatedly shutting it down. Again, not necessarily the wrong move, but very unharmonious with what is going on around it. Right? If you have a boring as shit combat, your combatants should almost be begging to get out of the combat to stop it, especially if your players initiate that sort of back out, right? Like, what we have to think about, why is he not wanting to disengage from the combat, right? Why is he not taking the out that Vox Machina is presenting? Like, that is like a thing that you have to think about, because to my eyes, when I watched through that combat, I was like, oh, is he still, like, thralled? Is he still, like, is it one of those things where, like, he doesn't want to be interrogated because he doesn't want to give over information? In that case, something like the fucking spy cyanide capsule could have been an interesting choice. But this just felt like he was kind of like a mindless lump of meat, right? The actions of the combat, the implications of the combat, of him not wanting to exit, say something about the character and the narrative, and those things need to be backed up, I mean, ideally in the moment, but at least later. Like, if we ever get to talk to him, we need to understand why he didn't want to back out of that combat. Other than that, Matt felt like there needed to be some sort of combat, right? And even we've talked about, like, D&D being a resource management game, right? I talked about this on the way into, on the way towards the ziggurat during the ghost fight, right? There are fights that within the context, they're there to drain resources, right? You might think that maybe that's the sort of combat that this was. But if you're going to have a drain resources type of combat, it can't actively fight against the idea of draining a resource, right? So, like, the ghost possession is something that makes players actively want to not use their resources because they're using them on friends. So you don't want to use your resources, but if that's what that combat is there for, those two factors are kind of butting up against each other. So, this concept of, and by the way, this is something to strive for. This is not something that is ever going to be attained, right? Like, this idea of, like, the harmonious session or story or game where every piece is working together to build everything else. That is like a goal. That is an aspiration. It's something that I've been trying to aspire to. And I think that last session, the end of it is just an example of, like, good decisions really not working together. Of, like, I think this good choice to reward the players by removing a bunch of combatants from the story or from the combat makes this really boring combat, but then other options there still aren't pursued to, like, get them out of that boring combat. So, concept of harmony. You know what I'm saying? Best sneaky thief I ever played was a wizard with expertise in stealth. I mean, fair enough. Expertise is a great mechanic. That was a fight I completely forgot about. Yeah, and you don't want, I mean, again, this is like the striving point. You don't want most of your session, especially interactions with important NPCs, to be forgettable, right? So even if the fight itself doesn't have to be, crazy intricate. You don't want it to be completely forgettable. You want it to tell you something about that character. Like, if he is thralled and that's why he wouldn't surrender, then that is something that fight told us. I have a feeling that that's not the case. If it was, maybe it should have been narrated more heavily. But we would have remembered that fight because that was the fight that told us he was thralled. So just like everything should kind of accomplish something. Nothing should be there just as pure filler. Even an example of something that would maybe be considered filler but is very memorable is the after of the Briar, of them doing like the Winter's Crest Festival, right? A lot of those interactions were things that would typically be considered filler, but they allowed the characters to express themselves. It allowed them to see the aftermath of all of their actions, right? It served a purpose. And it was interesting and engaging, and we all remember it. So yeah. And more of a poker kind of guy instead of chess. I mean, fair enough, Cheeky. I like poker too. But I mean, I think that even in terms of poker, right, you can think about each progressive bet is playing on the previous bets, right? Every time, like, if you're playing like 5-card draw, all the discards serve a purpose. You are thinking about each part of the game supporting each other part. So yeah. I like both and am bad at both. Me too. I feel like he weighted roles more than narrative flow in that fight. You failed too many intimidation checks, so he's fighting to the end, even if the story was ready to move on. And I mean, that is a good kind of that is a good kind of maybe example of what I'm talking about. Of failure shouldn't necessarily mean something that is uninteresting or wasting time. Like, it is that is like an encapsulation of cause and effect. You failed too many intimidation checks, and I'm going to give you this result, right? That's a good concept. Actions having consequences, failure having consequences. But that failure should still serve a purpose. It should still tell you something, right? If I am in a situation where I'm trying to, put yourself in that situation as that guy, there needs to be still like a certain amount of sense to your actions of, even if they're failing these intimidation checks, you are facing down 6 combatants. He should have maybe yelled out something of like, I'll fight to the bitter end. I don't know. Which he did to some degree, but you can feel that there's still kind of a disconnect between the causes and the flow of the entire thing. Can't stay for long. Funny British time plus work, lol. Thank you, Meg. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for the welcome. My sleeping schedule is such a mess that I only just woke up a bit ago. Great to see you back. Thank you, Theshel. So good to have you back. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, everybody, for the welcome backs. I appreciate it. I'm excited to be around more. But yeah, and I think this also goes to sort of show how one kind of weak spot, one plate that you let fall can sort of create a cascade of the least bad decisions, right? So you have this situation where it is very tenuous as to whether or not this guy would even want to fight all of Vox Machina solo in the first place. Like, that's already kind of a situation you have to squint at. But he wanted to keep the combat for reasons. And so then we get into the combat, and they're trying to disengage it, and then they fail to disengage it because you didn't want to give it to them for free, right? You wanted this to be like something that they have to earn, but they fail to earn it. So now you have to think about like, okay, well, how do I punish them for that? Or not punish, but how do I represent that failure? I just keep going and I guess suck more of their resources, but is that really a failure? Because what other challenges are they going to face that day? They're probably just going to head home. So the concept of a resource suck in this context doesn't really make any sense. Like, elongating the combat doesn't make a lot of sense because there's no real reason to. Like, none of them were at real risk of dying. Like, maybe they were at risk of going down, but, I mean, we talk about, like, harmony and all that. If he had killed one of them in that combat by, like, focusing the fighter action surge and multi-attack on one of the people with less health, if someone had died during that combat, oh my god, imagine how shit that would have felt. Like, that would have felt terrible, even though it would have been a consequence that, like, on paper you can rationalize. Would have felt really, really terrible. And that's not even getting into the aspect of, again, kind of not knowing the system, not knowing that you shouldn't use a PC stat block for this enemy. And so that's making the flow of the combat weird again. So just a lot of things that weren't really working together that ended up leading to a very forgettable moment. So yeah, that was that. And that's, like I said, it is something that this idea is something that we strive towards as DMs, not something that's easy by any means. In my body's creation, they had a stack overflow when registering the stuff I want to do before sleeping. I got confused. I was like, what? I feel you. Let's see. And let's get the bingo generated. I'm also really excited to potentially rework some of the on-screen elements, get some potentially some of the monetization stuff maybe a little bit more streamlined to make a little bit more sense. Work on my world anvil more to coalesce all the information, work on the Discord more. I'm very excited to be able to work on kind of all of the stuff I couldn't justify working on before. So yeah, I'm super pumped about that. Verisimilitude over fun. Usually breaking verisimilitude leads to less fun, but I think in this case, it would have been better. Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Like, there is the concept of, I think it's really hard. It's really easy to look at in retrospect of, in this case, this is what they should have done. It's really hard to know in the moment which one of those to prioritize, right? The verisimilitude or the fun, right? And I think, honestly, that is what is important for me about discussing how the session went with my players after the fact. Like, writing a good session report. Like, I write my own version of a session report as well as a player version to, note for myself what I think went well and what went badly. Like, I remember after my most recent Blades session, what did I write down? I wrote jokingly down use less bombs. But I more specifically wrote out use more clocks, because it's a part of my BitD game that I think is pretty fucking weak. And so that's something that, like, in my essentially VOD review, I am trying to work on for myself. So I think it's going to be really hard to tell in the moment if you're making a right or wrong decision. But in retrospect, you might be able to pick out a particular nugget of wisdom for yourself. Like, for this one, for Matt, the aspect of making it a 6v1, no matter how kitted and fitted the enemy is, it is probably going to lead to a boring combat, even if the combat is theoretically balanced, which I still, balanced considering the rewards you wanted to give them. So I think, if I was Matt, I'm taking that kernel and being like, okay, I'm thinking through how could I have rewarded them in that situation, or how could I have changed the situation to still make something interesting while rewarding them greatly for good and clever play, right? You have to think through that. I mean, if I am really putting myself in Matt's shoes there, I think kinda the answer is to not have the combat, or to only have the combat for like a few turns, and then either have him do magical cyanide capsule in the tooth, or have him do, one of a few things. I mean, fucking slit his own throat while yelling out something about the cult. I think that there are a few ways to end that combat after a few turns, and even if they fail all of the intimidation rolls, right? Maybe the intimidation rolls is a way that you can get them out of that peacefully, but if they fail all those intimidation rolls, maybe it's not that they fail to intimidate him, maybe it's that they intimidate him too fucking much, and he takes his own way out. I mean, that's, there's some, I'm not saying that that's like the right answer to that situation, but those are the sorts of things I would think through when doing my VOD review of like, what could I have changed about this to make it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more memorable? Like, imagine that scene switching from we're trying to fight this guy, we're trying to talk him down, to a series of medicine checks to like stabilize him from the cyanide that he's just ingested. Right, if they maybe have an antidote in their loot somewhere, like a generalized antidote for poison, that would be a great way to reward them for good bookkeeping, just like he rewarded Scanlan for good bookkeeping. So, some ways you can think through that sort of thing. Let's see. What up, Montana Gremlin? Can we watch the recap? Certainly. We got time. We got time today. We got time. So we're on, 38, 35, 38. We're on 38.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Critical Role. Very glad I could catch up to live for the next couple of episodes. Been binging hard for a month and a half. I recognize you from the comments, Sputnik. What up? I didn't realize this was your first stream. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to anyone who's new. I know, the past couple of days not being, or not the past couple of days, the past basically 2 weeks of not streaming has, I think, let some people catch up. So that's cool. Speaking of things that full-time is going to let me actually accomplish, going after those highlight videos to let people catch up faster. I'm very excited to be able to put more of like my own personal time and work into those. No worries if you want to save some time. No. I think the first half of this one is surprisingly short for how goddamn long it seems. Like, it's 4 hours and 21 minutes. But according to the timestamps, it only goes. Oh yeah. So the back half of this is Christmas. So the actual session itself isn't even that long. So we're good. Okay. Bitty reference. Yes, Bitty reference. Can't wait to see MM's face when the next arc starts. I'm excited. I don't remember any of my predictions. Luckily, so that's great. No spoilers. I tried to catch up on old videos, but the best I got was EP 18. One day I'll actually catch up. Hey, one of the good things about having already seen Critical Role is theoretically you don't have to have seen much of my stuff to be able to catch up. So welcome. How you doing? There's something very satisfyingly meta about this channel welcoming and celebrating people who catch up to live, much like CR itself, and it will only get more so. Lol. Full welcome to live. The only prediction Megan needs to remember is Kima. I need to get a tattoo of that. I was at a board game store, and there was actually a Critical Role section, and I didn't look at it too hard because, there's Campaign 2, Campaign 3 stuff. But I did glance. I was like, Paige, is there any Kima shit in there? And she was like, no, obviously
I told him
not.
not to even glance.
She did tell me not to even glance.
I said, don't even look.
I wanted to look to see if there was the Vox Machina Origins comics, but issue 1 wasn't there. I don't know if there were any spoilers. I wasn't going to actually read through it, but I was like, ooh, I could buy it because it was my old LGS, and I was like, oh, I'll patronize them instead of big boy Amazon for that. But they did not have the first. They had the second and third issues, but they did not have the first, which was kind of weird. They were all very good and 100% accurate, so just assume you predicted it all. I predicted it all. You may catch up to me before I catch up myself on C3. Potentially. I mean, with going full time, again, I'm slow start. Don't want to overwhelm myself, but I will be doing at least 2 episodes a week from now on. So we'll see. YouTube chatbot not running. Is it not? It was Nightbot not working? You glanced? I did glance a little bit. Let's see. So no exclamation. Oh. Nightbot is running. So why didn't no spoilers work? Oh. I don't know why that didn't work, Daniel. That's weird. But yeah, there we go. Now it's working. Giving the CR section that side eye. It was a little side eye. It was a little side eye. I critically glanced. Exactly. I really want to see your takes, especially as it pertains to Orion. Oh yeah, I mean, I had a long section on Orion. So yeah, it's worth. I think it's worth catching up on. I think. If you see the C2, C3 action figures, which I did, I totally avoided the actual minis section of everything. The first page of comics does have spoilers. Oh, damn. It shows him at the end of campaigns and various monikers they acquire. Oh, shit. Okay. Chat was super buggy for me a couple minutes ago. Oh, weird. Okay, but I think we're back. Well done to Paige and you for the reminder and self-restraint. Of course. I don't know what's going on with the bots. I mean, speaking of something that I would really like to actually get more, I don't know, well done is the bot work, working the channel points. I'd like to make those all a lot more robust. Maybe next time you should bring a literal critical eye patch to wear. I don't think I'm going to be back at that LGS anytime soon. I mean, I guess I can probably, since I won't be back at it for a long time. If you're in Kansas City, Cardboard Corner Cafe, and I think it's Tabletop Game and Hobby is the store that it's attached to. Super cool place. The owners are very dope. Yeah, if you're in Kansas City, Cardboard Corner, it's really sick. Critical blinders, exactly. Just an LGS, not LFGS. I don't know what LFGS is. What is F in that scenario? Play song. Let's get it started. I agree. Let's get it started. Local fucking game store. That is kind of what that sounds like.
To this evening's Critical Role, an online game of D&D where a bunch.
Local friendly game store. Oh, well, they are very friendly. I've just never heard LFGS, but yes, they are. No, sometimes game stores aren't friendly. He loud, so loud. Look.
A bunch of us voice actors get super nerdy and rolling dice. And
Way
Sam
loud.
just got here, and so we're going to go send someone to go get Sam. Someone getting Sam?
This better?
Alrighty, great. Sam will be here shortly. Anyway, welcome. So...
CR video way loud. Okay, hopefully that adjustment fixed it. Let me see. So recap starts at 6:09, and we will watch the recap. I'll still watch everything on higher speed, but we will indeed watch recap. Let's see. We played Dungeons and Dragons. Bit lower, please. Well, I got bit of both, so I'm gonna go with that. Critical Blinders has me thinking we need a mega feedback. A slop trough, yeah. Definitely they do not feel friendly, e.g. women, queer people. Good to shout out the good ones. Oh yeah, that Cardboard Corner is very cool. I actually did theater when I was growing up with the owners, and I had no idea that they owned it. We just started going to it, and it's just like a dope store. And then one day I see the owner behind the counter, and I'm like, oh, you work here? And she's like, actually, I own here. And I was like, what? So it was cool. It was very, very cool. Also, let me just show this off real quick. Oh, told you I went to the wedding this weekend. This was the groom is very like hunting, fishing sort of dude. And he was like, I don't want to get you guys knives like like most wedding parties or like most like groom's gifts. So instead, he got us engraved tomahawks or throwing axes, I guess. And wait, so it has their name on it. And then I'm covering up my last name. And then what? I don't know if you can tell, but my name is engraved on the handle. So very, very sick. I gotta throw it at something now, but I haven't found anything that could take it. Oh, and I forgot it has a bottle opener and hex wrenches as well. Cause that's what I need. And the thing has a belt loop in case I just want to bring it around with me, you know? Oh man. I owed here is such a flex, I know. And she's so sweet too. That's the problem. Is she's successful, deserves the flex, and is super nice. You can't have it all. That's bullshit. Oh man. 0213. Oh, new set upgrades. These are new set upgrades. Did I miss that? I think I don't have that. I don't have that in the timestamps. No, bro. No what? No worries. No bother. Let's see. 0220. 0220.
Someone getting Sam?
Is someone getting Samuel? No bottle opener on mine though. Tomahawk needs the spike. This is a hand axe, possibly a tactical hand axe. Fuck yeah. I'm down with a hand axe. Bet. That is awesome. Automadox. Never mind, wrong ep. Oh, okay. Amazon sometimes flags vids for showing weapons. Oh, really? This is just a bottle opener. This is a I would call this a multi-tool. So let's just cover that part. So really what I really wanted to show you, this is just a very thick, very oddly designed bottle opener, you know? We just need a lot of leverage on on the opening of bottles. That's all that this is for.
I think showing more of it's really helpful.
Showing more of it, you think?
Yeah, I think that's really going to help your case right there.
Okay, but my manager says to show more of it. I have a throwing axe that looks incredibly similar to yours. I love loosening bolts with my axe. No bottle opener on mine though, which makes yours a weapon and mine a tool. That's the difference between you and me, Perfunctionist, you know? Hold the line. Could always use more knives. What does one do with an axe unless you have like a chimney or something that needs wood? One uses it to throw at home intruders. This is my ranged option for when there's home intruders. The bottle opening with the throwing. That was last episode. I got things mixed up. Okay, because I do remember the set changing. But I was like, oh my god, it changed again in 2 episodes, which I would have believed. Multi-axe is EDC poker. Wrong, F. Gotcha. No worries. Bring me that gnome. You can always use more axes, the exact same reasoning as with knives. I agree. Exactly. Sam being a latecomer is always funny. Oh, man. I'm embodying the Sam mindset too much because I saw a latecomer and I was like, Scanlan never comes late. Fucking play the Seinfeld. Anyways. I'm from Germany. Everything is a bottle opener. Few people use their eye socket? How? What? Okay, I've seen teeth. Teeth is I feel like universal. Eye socket? Is it reinforced? How did they even do that? That's crazy. I'm a designer affiliated with Streamer Archive. I can create eye-catchy custom logo, overlay banners. Well, have fun in the stream, Zoe. But no thank you. I like to immediately show it on screen. That was just my instinct, dude. You can open the bottle if you attack it enough times. Exactly. I've only deleted 3 comments, and 1 was just mine. What an unfortunate frame Matt's face is stuck on. No. Nothing unfortunate about it. We don't even have Mega as Matt, Mega as Sam. Is this news to you? It's easy to do the eye socket? What? It's easy? I can't even imagine. I cannot even imagine. Yes, this is big news to me. It has to be what? I feel like they are fucking with me. Because your eye socket is soft. I can't.
I mean, are they getting me to Google someone?
I think you should Google it. Yeah, I'm not gonna Google it on stream because I feel like that could. I feel like that's like gore. But can confirm went to Germany and immediately learned how to open bottles with everything. They don't use the socket itself. They use the brow ridge. Fuck. What? You can absolutely do it with your eye socket, but that's for advanced level rangers. Oh my god. Are you finding the video? Her brow is so furrowed. Is it real? Oh.
Hasn't done it yet. Okay.
I'm just watching a reaction.
It's okay.
It's not as bad as you thought it was gonna be.
No.
Wait, okay, we're doing research. This is research.
I don't know what's happening right there, but
It's a drone.
It's
Who
either
are all
actually
these
do
people
it.
in like Norway?
I don't. No, they're speaking English. I don't know.
They're speaking. Well,
They're
I mean,
hillbillies.
I think Norwegians speak English.
Well, they have like country accents.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and you can hear it in the
It
video.
sizz
You
off?
can hear it go. Tss.
That's crazy. Oh my god, and he has a little cross earring. That makes sense. Oh my god, Norwegians speak Norwegian? Well, they also speak English. I mean, I'm sure some of them at least. Europeans are famously bilingual.
Wait, it's a joke?
It's a joke?
I think it's a joke. It's
You
like
think-
the
It's like a drop bear?
It's like the cracking your
It's like
nose.
cracking your nose.
You know that thing?
Are you guys drop bearing me right now? I think
and
we're
then the internet's drop bearing me?
I think we're getting drop beared.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Should be a bard skill rather than a ranger one. Oh my god. Axes have a cooldown. Norwegians. Imagine say your character opens a bottle with their eye and then proceed to demonstrate how it's done. They speak either Bokmal or Norsk. Fair enough, Timpanist. All right. Oh no, Norwegians. I did not realize that there was different languages there. We would never drop bear you. Fuck off. You guys have and do.
I will say there was a video that looks like it's legit. I don't know.
And now people are just saying that drop bears are real. Okay, we're moving on.
All right, let's
get it. Let's get it.
So, to get you guys up to speed with what's happened recently, the party, upon returning from their adventure in Whitestone, had a meeting with the Council of Taldore, where they were able to provide information, a witness, and have the guidance of the now no longer charmed Sovereign Uriel Taldore to alleviate them of any wrongdoing in the Briarwood's arrival in Iman months ago, and reinstated their membership in the council, dropped the charges that were against them within the city of Iman, and the party basically have now become once again lauded and accepted within the city. At the same time, Uriel going through a bit of a emotional breakdown with his lack of seeming leadership in this whole circumstance. It was discovered that the reason his defenses were improper was because there was an individual on the actual council who was a traitor, who'd been working with the Briarwoods and is secretly a follower of Vecna, from what the documents seem to say. However, he had fled, and the party decided to go ahead and probably do a little better job than the local guard would, find out if he was too far or not. They found that he was still in the city, beneath the city, and happened to correlate his current location with the Clasp, the Thieves Guild of the city's current underground base, which the party had previously had a few run-ins before. So, making their way to the inn that houses one of the secret entrances to the Clasp's hideout,
Making their way downtown.
they encountered a band of traveling musicians. Dr. Dranzel's wondrous performance group made their way. The magical term, what the actual full term was on that one that you wrote for it.
Their troop?
Yeah.
The troop name? Oh man, I wrote that 3 years ago.
I know.
No idea.
I wrote it down. I wrote it down in a document that I didn't print out. But I will for future shows. With Dr. Dranzel.
We'll look it up on the break.
Yeah, there you go. And it had a great performance.
Magical Mr. Band.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. And discovered a number of past individuals of Scanlan's performance.
If May doesn't get that reference, the My Fair Lady reference, I have certainly never seen My Fair Lady. So so you will have to -S unsubscribe now. And you all live happily ever after. Da da da.
History, as well as a few new friends, and got into an epic flute duel, of which he threw, and in doing so, saying out his word, gave the remaining gold coins in his pouch to a young gnome.
It was worth it?
It wasn't.
Oh, Corinthian is a reference? Is it the Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream, doo doom doom doom. That's the only. I have no idea what we're talking about otherwise. GB Shaw is an acceptable lacuna. Neil Gaiman is not. Oh, so I have read half of Good Omens and about 2/3 of modern Gods? American Gods. Haven't read any other Neil Gaiman. I thought it was The Birds Aren't Real. Well, we all know The Birds Aren't Real, Daniel O'Day. They work for the birds work for the bourgeoisie. It's nice to not have to listen to the CR cast at close to 4x. Yeah, you get them at just 1.5. It is very. They must sound real slow now. Thank Pelor, I can keep myself. I didn't like him at first, but Peter Capaldi was such a great doctor. I have heard that Peter Capaldi was really good. I actually stopped watching at Peter Capaldi very coincidentally. Didn't have anything to do with Capaldi himself, but I did stop watching right around there. Isn't Norse just Norwegian word for Norwegian? Like François is the French word for French. I am not opening that can of worms. You do need to read and or watch The Sandman someday, though. Would watch reactions to either. I've heard it's good. I have actually heard good things about The Sandman. It just looked weird.
The first 5 minutes were too boring. I couldn't get through it.
Paige said the first 5 minutes were too boring. That doesn't sound like a very fair shake, I will say.
I didn't say it was.
She said that she didn't say it was. Actually, underrated doctor, but David Tennant. Yeah, I'm a David Tennant head. Anyways.
Well, we'll find out.
However,
Tom Waits song.
yeah, the distraction being successful, the rest of the party snuck through the kitchen into the hatch, and they had an encounter with the clasp after calling out to them within their own hideout. Telling them they're after this fugitive and not planning to do any terrible business within the guild, and managed to convince them to let them go about their way. And Vox Machina had a showdown with the traitor, Riskel Daxio, within his cell, before he was supposed to be ushered out of the city, given a new name, and essentially be given free reign in the world. The party then beat him down pretty hard, and are currently dragging his bleeding, unconscious corpse towards the Cloudtop district to turn him in. So,
He's not dead.
It's an unconscious corpse, which means it's technically
Not a corpse.
it's true. I don't know why it's a corpse.
Foreshadowing.
Oh no!
A near corpse. He is borderline corpse.
Okay.
So,
Mostly dead.
yes,
corpse.
all dead.
Not all dead.
So, as you guys make your way towards the center of Iman, the central wall that surrounds the Cloudtop district comes into view, and the front gates that face the kind of southwestern side of the city reveal themselves down the thoroughfare. There you see the 4 guards that are posted at that entrance notice you approaching, and they immediately, 2 of them begin to come up to you. And you've interacted with these individuals a few times as your experiences here in the city so far, and they've grown to recognize you just by appearance, and well, you guys tend to stroll up as a posse of confidence, which draws their attention.
Fucking with my clique.
Exactly.
Or reservoir dogging. Walking really slow.
At this point, the sun is setting. It's probably getting close to dusk. You guys stroll up, and the 2 guards approach immediately. Can I ask you what you're doing here? You've got someone.
We have a present for Uriel. Open the gates.
What's the present? And
I'm questioning part of the council at this moment.
no, I'm just. If there is business to be done, I have to go ahead and put up the chain of command and make sure that I'm doing my job, so I don't end up being
Of
lashed
course,
for my.
darling, and you're doing a wonderful job of it.
Well, I appreciate that, and I would appreciate you just helping me do my job, if that's all right.
We have a present for Uriel. Open the gates. Send it up the chain of command.
Turns around and walks back. The other guy kind of looks back awkwardly and follows him. He gives a couple hand motions, and the gates open up to the inside of the Cloudtop district.
He's on the back of the bear, right?
Yeah.
Bear we left at home.
A bear.
We left in the alley.
Yes, with us. Why-
Okay, to be entirely fair to Vex, the idea of like questioning a member of the council, ostensibly the ruling body of the city, is a little silly. Like, like I understand, but it's a gate, you know? It's not like they're trying to bust into Uriel's private chambers right now. This is an entire district of the city that assumingly people walk in and out of all the time. I must assume at this point. So, you know, I feel like Vex is very within her rights to question that shit. Vex is a Karen. I mean, look, I'll defend that. Hey, that guard has one job. He does at that. That's fair. So most of this episode based on certain cast members' outfits. You know, I was about to say that's kind of silly, but that makes sense. Especially that flannel is very, I feel like, will stick in my brain. Because I almost never see someone on like a television show wear a flannel unless they're a lumberjack or meant to be like hillbilly. I'm more into sci-fi stuff. Oh, yeah. I didn't even realize the gate, that was the gate to the district. I presumed they were at the palace. Yeah, it felt a bit weird. Late on the snail mail news update. I must seeker assume. Nice. I'll give you a point there, John. Oh my god. Dude, it's important that I look through the king's underwear drawer right now for some reason. I think it's a bit different when the Karen is a shareholder. Exactly, dude. Like, this seems to have some sort of parliamentary monarchy type system, and they are the equivalent of senators in a government that has, like, 8 members. Like, out of every... Like, I get that they're doing weird shit, but, like, if I'm a I mean, if you're a guard and you see a very high-ranking member of the government doing something sus, you probably turn the other way. Like, you probably specifically do not send it up the chain of command there. You probably give it the old little whoop. Never mind, didn't see it. So, yeah, I partially own here.
Remember?
Oh, whoops. I'm sorry, Senator. What are you doing in Washington, D.C.? The Secret Service needs to know. Exactly.
He's trying.
Next time.
There's a necessity.
It does seem more like a cabinet situation. That is probably a better way to put it, Hans. But even so, the fucking Secretary of State. I mean, the Secretary of State's pulling a body out of their trunk. Secret Service is probably helping him carry it. You know what I mean?
We take him inside.
Wait a minute.
What?
Where's Trinket right now? Why is he on the set?
Where is Trinket?
He's in the
I'm
alley.
getting him right
No,
now.
no. Come on.
I know where he is.
What did you do?
This is just like when David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear.
It's just like it.
Yep.
Exactly.
David Copperfield.
It's amazing because you can like hear her footsteps. It's a cartoon.
It's like an ad for like Atmos surround. You just hear.
It's totally like a Pixar intro.
Oh my God!
I'm excited at the prospect of watching this happen right now.
Nothing can go wrong. This is a great idea.
Yeah.
No one help her.
Because the bear is...
No one help her. She can do this.
You got this, Laura. You got this.
Oh boy.
You got it. You got it.
You got this.
It's bigger than her. It has to be.
You dug this hole.
Travis can move. He's not gonna help you.
All right, I'll move.
This is a wonderful little microcosm analogy for pretty much every session.
Oh, he's here.
Hey! Well done.
Trinket!
Is he good? Is he placed well, you guys?
Sure.
It's a good core body workout.
Oh my gosh, I'm so strong.
It was the best opening of the show.
Very low.
We should have
So-
played our theme music over that.
So, pushing towards the central palace, the guards approach once again. These ones a little more stern than the ones you met on the outside of the district. What's your business at the palace?
Again?
We just look. We have a body over this bed. Let us through to Uriel. He's been looking for this man.
The guards kind of
Super
approach.
important.
They look over at the bear.
Oh, they know this man. They should know this man. Look at his
You
face.
found Riscal
Yeah,
Daxio.
look at his face.
Of course we did.
All right. Men,
But don't
figure it
tell
out.
him. It's a surprise. It's a present.
The other guards begin to step forward, like, we'll take it from here.
No.
Oh,
No,
fuck
won't.
you will.
We would like to deliver this personally, as that we do not know if he has any co-conspirators, so it would be best if he didn't leave our immediate vicinity.
And we really want to see his face when he opens it. That's the best part, giving a gift.
Guard raises his hand, the guards stop.
What?
Very well. Proceed inward. Steps aside, and the guards can separate. You can see them all looking a little nervous that they just basically had their job done for them, and it's not going to do well down the chain of command in the very near future. You guys step into the palace, make your way to the main hallway that leads to the central throne chambers. Uriel is not there at the moment, so the guards ask you to wait. You wait about 5-10 minutes or so before the doors open again, and Uriel is kind of hastily walking in and sitting down on his throne. The rest of the council isn't present for this. It's just him currently, and I believe Broford Teforis is there as well. The Dragonborn, female Dragonborn on the council with you guys. So, as you approach, Uriel sits down.
Well, I'm sure that the body is covered by something, Fanlair. There's probably a tarp or something that he could unwrap. If I know anything about Keyleth, it's that she can get the 2-piece of tape wrap job done. What is that? That's the big thing? It's 2 pieces of tape? Or is it 1 piece of tape? If you're wrapping a Christmas present correctly, 1 piece of tape, 2 pieces of tape. However much tape Keyleth needs, she can get that wrap. I don't know how many it is.
Just kind of swishing about him. All right, it hasn't been too long.
1 piece.
You requested my presence, and I'm here. What do you need?
Vex, this is all yours.
Oh well, not on me. This is all of us. But we found your traitor for you.
Really? He stands up, and the rest of the guards that come up behind you to kind of keep an eye, make sure nothing weird goes wrong, kind of step forward a few steps, and he... Bring him forth. Hold him. In irons. Chains, now. And all the guards go and pull him off of Trinket, kind of throw him on the ground face first. He slaps into the marble flooring of the chamber.
Yeah.
A little bit of blood smear across the ground as his
Yeah,
face
he's
kind of glides
beat up
against
pretty
it.
bad. You might not want to.
He'll survive. And you can see now that there's a look of pained anger in Uriel's eyes at seeing the face of someone he trusted for so long. As the guards take the manacles that you guys already had on him, chain his legs together. They put another set of manacles across the back of his arms, so his arms are actually held in 2 places to the back. They lift him onto his knees and drag him up to the very bottom stair that leads up to the central dais where the thrones are on, and he's kind of unconscious, head lolling about. Uriel looks down and wake him up.
Us?
Someone, I don't care.
I
Wake
got
him
it.
up.
I'll walk over and I'll slap the shit out of him.
May kill him. Oh, he's dead.
Oh.
With a resounding slap sound, Riskel sends a spatter of spittle and blood that kind of coasts across the floor. His head shakes. As he looks up at you, you can see his teeth that were once white now glistening with fresh blood across the entirety of his...
Hello, gorgeous.
Do what you will. Looks up and sees Uriel. My liege, what would you have of me? And Uriel just
Smug.
takes a moment of just intense staring at his face. And for so many years, you've played me and my family. You've played the people of this city, of these lands. You've forsaken the name of your father, who plucked you from nothing. How can you live with this? Riskell kind of takes a moment and chuckles to himself, his throaty gurgle as he's still kind of trying to breathe through the blood that's pooling in the back of his throat.
Life is but a stage of our existence. And when you all will die, I will rise again. For I am his blood.
You are his blood? Oh, God, what does that mean?
Uriel kind of steps back up on his throne and sits down. Riskell Daxio, you've been found guilty of treason to the peoples of Taldore. I command that your sentence of death be held immediately.
Sovereign, if I may, can we just ask him a few questions before you do what you gonna do?
Quickly.
He's talking crazy. We should find out why, right?
Who's talking crazy?
He said, I'm born of his blood. What do I...
One of Vecna's children? Are you one of his priests? Are you one
You're
of
the
his...
chatty Cathy. Get with the
I don't know what I'm asking.
You never do.
As you ask him that,
There are many parts to our one to him. I'm but his blood, but there are many, many different pieces that make the whole.
Where are these pieces located?
Oh, everywhere.
Parts. The Browwoods were his left hand. The Browwoods were his left hand. And now in... Oh no! What? Why is stream down? No! No. Back? Just had a stroke? Man. And it's the internet. Speaking of shit that I have on my list to do is switch off of motherfucking AT&T and go to that shit that John recommended like a month ago that I haven't been able to research. RCN, I think, or RNC. I have it written down. Twitch is taking along nicely. ISPs are all a scam. I mean, facts and truth. Anyways. Okay. So there's a big ol' left hand in the ziggurat. And I'm wondering, because I am still under the I was under the impression that the ziggurats were connected, and then I sort of went away from that impression. RCN. Sick. I sort of went away of that impression, maybe like, okay, the ziggurats are just kind of a power-focusing mechanism. But now I'm wondering maybe they are connected again. So, right, Briarwood's big ol' left hand. That's a part of Vecna's body. And Man's over there is his blood. And so maybe there's another right hand somewhere that they're going to go and fight. And I'm thinking, right, Sphinx Lady said, I am beholden or a servant of or related somehow to the goddess of divination. But what if she's getting played? What if Sphinx Lady is actually not? Right? Like, what if Sphinx Lady thinks she is all up with the goddess of divination, but actually she's with Vecna, and she's Vecna's eyeballs? Have we considered that? Maybe even the right eyeball? Because the left eyeballs of all the corpses were gone. So Sphinx Lady is the right eyeball. This all makes sense. I swear. What did their tattoos look like? Did they ever say? Do we know what the sigil of the Slayer's take actually is? Also, fucking blurry. Whatever the sigil of the Slayer's take. Do you know about Vecna and D&D lore? Not even a little bit. Which I feel like would likely make this theorizing much easier, but and maybe more coherent. But not at all. Jimmy, you can't be his whole blood. You gotta pick a single body part like us. Oh my god, dude. But is hidden in his coat his red right hand. It's a heart with mother inside of it. No one say anything. Have they not released? Okay. if they haven't revealed, kind of ironic for the divination sphinx to be hoodwinked. That's what I'm saying. So divination sphinx has been hoodwinked. She's the eyeballs, or maybe just the right ball, and he's the blood. And Lady Bridalwood, not Silas. Silas was reconstituted, right? So Silas was reconstituted. So he's just a present. Delilah got to unwrap him just like Uriel got to unwrap Daxio. So Silas is he's a present. But Delilah, she is left hand. Maybe left half even. No, not left half. So the wild coven that I was theorizing about maybe is just the body of Vecna. So now we're going to go fight. I think it would be kind of weird if we fought the left foot of Vecna, now that I think about it. Okay, maybe I need to rethink this theory. Because from what I've heard so far, it would now make sense for us to go and fight all of the different body parts of Vecna. But do you think that the feet have... I'm just picturing the right and left foot of Vecna, kind of like Cho'Gall from World of Warcraft, like these big, like hulking ogres that have a really bad smell. They have the fucking stench of death coming off of them. Oh my god, dude. So something tells me that this may not be my most accurate of theories. Something about this. I really want to play a campaign called The Left Foot of Vecna. Vecna's ingrown big toe. How does he do it? Yeah. So that's, that could be the situation. That theory became less and less plausible the further down the thought train I went. I don't know about it. Now that we've reached its logical conclusion, beware the right shoulder of Vecna. Are we gonna put it all together and gonna turn into 5 Vecnas? Exactly, dude. The bunions of Vecna. Yeah, that thought train didn't really reach the station at the end of it. I don't...
Just kill me now. I grow impatient with this existence.
That's not a problem. Is there somewhere where you would like to go after you die? Or are you going to wake up, right after you die?
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, and are you gonna wake up like a baby? So we have like 20 years before we have to worry about you again? Or are you like a zombie, straight away, just up and at him?
Is it like the Avatar
Please kill me
situation?
now. End this
What
paltry
if you thought that was like a
existence.
fish and then you're just kind of screwed and stuck in the water?
Yeah, or like a penguin, and he's like a bird that can't fly, but
And
he
he's
can
just
only
like
swim.
waddling around. So sad.
Uriel, as thanks for bringing you this gift, we need to run Grog out once in a while. Might he have the honor of removing this shit stain from the world?
Unless, of course, you would like to do it yourself.
Uriel contemplates for a moment. He is at your disposal. I only ask that you do it soon and in my sight.
Is this... I believe this is the first person that Grog has killed with Craven Edge. I don't know if Liam is doing that on purpose or not, but I'm pretty sure that this is going to be the first Craven Edge kill. And I will be watching like a fucking hawk. A goddamn hawk. Oh, that's true, Set Theshalo. Anders did say maybe multiple people can be the blood. I don't know. Vecna's 2 left feet. To be clear, just bring it more evidence. No, that's very fair, Set Theshal. You're right. We should reconsider that line of thinking. A silver hawk. Exactly, Baronessa. So I'm gonna be watching this, because this, I feel like Craven Edge is with the way that all of this is going down, I'm not sure, but this could be an entire Grog arc, or at least like a Grog subplot. So I have a feeling this might kick it off.
I'm sure there's no more useful information we can glean from this man.
So, Riskel, Grog could do it kinda quickish, or take a very long time. I've seen him do it.
Let's not stretching.
Digit by
You can
digit.
get sent off on your way to whatever asshole you think you're going to, but he could make it very uncomfortable.
He could just like, strip you of all your limbs and then leave you hanging, not dead.
I once saw him kill a man with his taint.
With his own taint.
Roll intimidation check.
The taint intimidation.
You see?
Ew.
Please.
Oh, something vinaigrette.
Wanted to make this pun my entire life.
Intimidation, you said? Oh, hell, I'm using luck, just in case you do better. 17.
17.
He tanked intimidated. Still get out of my system. I'm so sorry.
You see his eyes begin to roll back in his head, and he's like, do what you must. Begins to fade back into
What?
unconsciousness.
No. Wake up. What's the marble? What's the little ball? What's it do?
I know what you're talking about.
Oh, then you're not very knowledgeable, are you? I guess Vecna didn't tell you of his plans. You're not very important. Blood, just kind of...
The deal with my master is power through not knowing. He is the one who knows all. The fact that he keeps it from us means that he trusts us.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I agree.
Really? All right,
Idiotic.
Grog, take off his little marble, please.
Wait. We're not going to get any information out of him.
Well, maybe we should have Pike cleanse his blood so he doesn't come back.
Oh,
after he
that's a
dies.
good idea, Pike. Why don't
Maybe,
you bless
maybe we'll be
him?
more afraid of that before I
Why
thought
don't you
so,
make
know.
him holy?
His eyes kind of dart around for a moment with a look of sudden curiosity and worry.
Oh, I think that would be fun.
That's not possible.
Yes, it is. Sarah can always use new servants. Right, Pike?
Yes, of course.
I've seen her regrow a foot. It's amazing.
Deception check.
Oh, which one?
A good one, a good one.
That is a great deception option. I am. Ooh. I don't even know. I don't know, obviously, what Matt knows. That's a good line.
That's not a good one.
Big lord.
11. Do I get advantage because Pike is helping?
Because she is helping with it and she is the source of it, I would say sure. Go to her.
Sure.
Ha, that's much better.
Look, that's fun and cool. Take advantage. Take my advantage. I'll give it to you just for being fun and cool.
23.
23, okay. You can see now at this point, his breathing is quickened and he's swallowing more regularly. There is a look of sincere nervousness in his eyes.
His power is great. There is nothing this paltry little child of a being could do to keep his will from his promise.
Oh, you shithead.
Well, maybe we'll just give it a try.
I have faith.
All right, I'm gonna walk over to him. Just stay still. It's better on the light side, so hold on.
It worked for me. It was really quite an experience.
All right.
Master, have mercy.
You're looking in the wrong direction.
Do you know, unless you have something to share with us, do you know of his awakening?
We can just let you
Do you have
go
any
to it.
details,
Yeah.
something that could lead us to him? Your god of secrets?
No, he's too strong. Fill him with holy light, Pike. Do it now.
All right.
Okay, let's
And
do
then
it.
he'll help us for sure.
Yeah, because maybe he'll remember and he'll tell us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What can am I doing? Greater restoration?
You want to? It's whatever you want to try.
Got it.
Okay. So, as you pull out your symbol of Serenray, the metallic clinks of your feet across the sparse marble flooring, you approach as the symbol glows. You can see in Pike's eyes, her pupils go white as the energy of Serenray's holy blessing begins to kind of spill out the sides. With each step, the skull begins to twitch and pull away. He's glancing about, looks towards you, Grog, with a look of, please have pity. As Pike reaches out to touch him, he goes,
I know little. It is the nature of his being. The ritual is one repeated, one once attempted before. I know not if it worked. I was not there. You rushed in. It was not time.
What did it need? What would have made it time?
The winter's crest. The festival marks a time when the barrier between the realms is thin,
Right.
where the magic ley lines across this world
Right.
cross and swell. But you forced our hand. I was not there. I do not know the answer to this, and I hope it was enough.
The ley lines swell. Like a ley line that would connect ziggurats. Like ley lines that might allow travel between ziggurats. Interesting.
It probably wasn't.
Are there plans to attempt this at the next Winter's Crest that you know of?
At this point, you can see now this look of despair hits his eyes, and then resolve. He goes from this fearful moment and the realization that he's already expressed more than he should, but hopefully it's not too much to fall out of the favor of his lord. And a smile creeps across his face for the first time since this whole thing. He just kind of grins. And
It is time.
he leans forward and puts his neck out.
Megan's gonna be so pissed at you. Are we trying to restoration him first?
Oh yeah, she didn't do it yet.
She didn't do it yet, right?
Did you want to cast a spell on him?
And then we'll kill him.
Yeah.
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 Why not? Let's see what happens.
Yes, and I crouch down, I take 2 fingers and I get him by the nostrils and I pull back the top of his head and say, do it, Pike, pour in your holy light right in his mouth. Give it all to him.
Pike, as you reach forward, you take the samurai symbol and you jam it into his open mouth. As he does, yeah, just like a burst of divine light comes spewing out the sides, and you see him choking on some unseen force, probably a combination of him swallowing his own tongue. But as you pull the symbol back, completing the spell of restoration, you can see the energy pour through his body, and he's shaking now out of fear. His eyes are going to roll back, and it's from the sound of it, he's actually swallowing his own tongue.
Oh, he's swallowing
Kill
his
him?
own
Did
tongue.
Greater Restoration just kill him?
He's choking.
Oh, well.
Can I
Hold on. I stick my fingers into his mouth and I grab his tongue and pull it down. Just to...
God, he's so terrible.
This guy's an asshole.
I know.
It's a big hand to get in there, man. That's really
He earned this grief.
You hear Uriel's voice behind you say, "Enough, get it over with."
Sorry.
All right, good try, Pike. That was
trying
really
something.
good.
That was really awesome, Pike.
Nobody else has any other questions?
No.
Just keep it clean so we can burn everything afterward.
Yeah.
So what happened to him?
How about it, Grog?
I take out Craven Edge. And I step out, and I take a huge swing, aim right under his chin.
Trin?
As the blade is drawn from Grog's back, you can see it draws this trail of shadow behind it, almost in the slow arc as he rears it back for his swing. As the blade, with a flash, impossibly fast, whoosh, arcs its way across Riskel's throat, you can see his eyes open up with sudden realization as the moment of pain and death hits him. And his smile draws across his lips as the head slowly rolls back. The blood then just gouts out, and against with the last pumps of his heart, his body slumps forward. The guards holding it as they can, just kind of spilling a pool out in the center of the floor. As this happens, Grog, you feel this wave of exhilaration, this almost ecstatic pulse of joy come across your body. The sense of taking his life here with this blade. This first time you've really actually used it was delightful.
I've got goose pimples. Was that good for you guys or what?
I don't know if you should be smiling this much.
really
But
jacked up.
he
You
was
just killed a man.
Yeah, he was
Have a
really
little
evil.
respect.
Not happy time?
Quiet, happy time.
Uriel stands up. Guards, have this mess cleaned. Burn the body. Thank you very much.
Really quickly, let's. Have we looted the body
I
already?
feel
Or
like I
should-
did, didn't I? When he was
did
like,
already
we
loot.
got
got
the- we
the
got the
skull with missing behind.
All right, good.
Can I turn to the side and go, how was that?
You hear the voice creep up and say,
Now we see eye to eye.
I don't see you anywhere.
Left eye to right eye.
the aura of shadow from the blade retracts, and the,
Oh,
the blade becomes just an onyx blade. It appears to have rescinded its presence.
be shy.
I'm sorry, it's like the Odd Couple.
Craven Edge and Grog.
Oh man, I so badly want to fix that sword to save Grog, but at the same time I don't.
Sovereign,
Yes.
you know, I know we just talked earlier today and everything, but feels like we should get some sort of reward or something for capturing this guy, doesn't it? I mean, is that impolite to ask for?
A smidgel?
I mean, this
We
was
did do
a-
it pretty expediently.
It was the same day, wasn't it?
It was. And he kind of like sits there for a second, nods his head. Very well. We were prepared to put out a bounty for his arrest, and I feel it would only be fair to provide you with this bounty. Snaps his fingers, the guard comes up, and he whispers to him for a second. As he walks away, you will have a sum of 5,000 gold pieces delivered to Grayskull Keep this evening.
Thank you, Sovereign.
I appreciate it. Now,
Dude, Grog is gonna be hitting the town. He just drank a dude's soul. He got 5,000 gold for his wife. Woo! He's feeling fucking good. Woo!
please, be on your way. I have business to attend to. Thank you very much.
Good evening, your lordship.
Sure.
Gets up and walks away.
5,000?
I think it could have been more, honestly. Whichever.
Really?
Should I add that now, or should I wait till it actually gets delivered?
Probably gets could be intercepted and stolen.
A lot can happen.
Why would you even say that? Why would you even put that out there?
What should we do? Should we just go home then?
I suppose so. It's been a long day. We've been taking damage today. We should go.
Yeah, we should go heal.
All right.
True. Time is it?
Dusk.
By now, the sun's probably set, and so as you step out of the palace, you look up in the skyline. Little plumes of clouds throughout, but you can see the distinct bright oranges and purples of sunset have taken, and to the far east, you can see the dark blue of creeping night.
How long has the sun been down?
It just went down.
It just set.
Just
It's
went down.
been
Just
heading towards
sunset.
dusk.
Sunset.
Who wants to get a drink?
Yeah.
Fuck
We
yeah.
were just in a tavern all day.
Fucking tavern.
Yeah, doing
But
business.
that was work.
We weren't really drinking. We were pretend drinking.
Right.
We didn't do real
My
drinking.
friends
Oh,
was
were we supposed to be pretend? This all makes
You're
sense.
supposed to spit it out.
Right. Now the door incident really makes sense. If some of us were really drinking in that tavern.
That would take those. Yeah, let's go get a drink.
I'm all right with that.
Same tavern, or should we go
No,
to
no,
No.
Let's go to Old Faithful.
Probably a different tavern, yeah. In no way N2 Perfunctionist. Get out of there. That shit was not combat. This is okay. So they have now wrapped up the loose end, right? Matt has given them a plot hook of this Vecna shit where, like, there is some stuff out there, but he hasn't really given them like a thing to grasp onto, right? They have this vague sense of a Vecna cult that might try this shit again at the next Winter's Crest, right? They're kind of, they're interested. They're asking about it, but they don't have a direction. I saw combat between the dogs. There was a little bit of a fighting pit there. Clever, but no. But I don't know. Like, I think that this setup of, like, this sort of tying up a loose end from the last arc to maybe transition us into the new one that is this larger cult of Vecna is good. It's solid. It's a good direction. But I don't know if Matt is just testing the waters. Like, maybe he's going to have Seeker Asum come over to Grayskull and, like, tell them that maybe he found out about the right testicle of Vecna hanging out in Wildmount, I feel like that's maybe what I'm kind of expecting next. Like, he's going to give them a time. He's going to maybe give them a little bit of a breath, to see if they want to pursue anything else. Like, maybe Keyleth brings up her Aramente. Maybe the twins bring up their parents. Maybe Scanlan wants to talk to his troop some more, So, like, I think Matt's kind of giving them, like, this breath of seeing, do they want to go down a different line? And if they flounder for a second, if they, are just kind of spinning their wheels, then you have Seeker Assume come be like, hey, what's up, fellas? Look at what I got. And he has, I don't know what he has. In my head, this was, in my imagination, this was the head of someone, which would not be really Seeker Assume's vibe. And I also don't know who it would be. But I feel like he's going to show up with some evidence. Big-ass plot hook. To get them on the way. Maybe one of them has a vision. Maybe if one of them went down during the fight, who was it? It was Laura, right? Maybe Laura could have like tonight when she goes to sleep, she has like a fucking Vecna vision. Like she's like tapped into their ley line network now. So she starts having these Vecna nightmares. Sort of Harry Potter-esque. That could be a way to if they're still interested, right? If before they have the long rest, they're starting to talk about how are we going to figure this out? What are we going to do? As Matt, I would have a couple of hooks in my back pocket to transition them into that larger plot line. We'll see, though. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Where's Old Faithful?
Well, Old Faithful technically would be the Laughing Lamia, which is where you guys originally stayed when you first came to Amon.
What's New Faithful?
Or do we want to branch out and,
Find a new place?
yeah.
Let's
Taste
go.
some new ale.
Let's start a pub crawl.
Pub crawl.
Pub crawl.
Pub crawl.
I like it.
I like it a lot.
You are a small
What's the
one.
closest pub here?
Who's leading the pub crawl?
Wait, hold
Percy.
on. Hold on.
What?
I'm yelping it.
Oh.
No?
I feel so much better for every terrible thing I've said today. Oh,
Oh God.
That was the worst. That was the worst one.
so awful.
Oh no.
You're gonna lose experience points.
I
for
feel
this
like my
one.
intelligence went down one.
There's no rule set for like reverse inspiration.
All right, it was a good series, fellas. You know what? I'll be going. We'll be doing Baldur's Gate every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I think I'm out. I'll see you guys later. I'm just gonna. Oh my god. You know what? To be fair, I didn't hear anyone groan either. But despite the lack of groans, I'm giving it to him because that was fucking terrible.
But I'm going to start looking into designing that.
Player party's intelligence goes to 1.
You get a 1d10 bonus against a roll versus him. It's
Right,
a
exactly, yeah.
Just get to knock it down a
It's
peg.
like the fate chip system. It's great. Okay, so who's heading the pub crawl?
Am I heading the pub crawl?
Yeah, you
Wait,
saw
you don't know
it.
this town? Who knows this town the
None of
best?
us know this
None
town.
of us know this
I've got a
town.
I mean, it's technically our town. We should get to know our city,
All right,
guys.
Percy.
I'm walking in direction.
All right,
Great.
go ahead and make an investigation check.
All right. I'm going to use a different die because it's funny.
Sounded like
I'm
it.
walking in direction.
Yes.
That's an 8.
All right.
Oh, good.
Can't really do
So-
this wrong.
You'd be surprised. So, over the next couple hours, you meander a while through Abadar's Promenade. There were a couple dives, but the clientele doesn't seem very jovial.
Wow, this is the worst pub crawl ever. This took 2 hours.
Yeah, you find about 4 different establishments, but most of them appear to be less of the party-hardy crowd and more of the my life sucks, I need alcohol crowd.
Scanlan, I feel we need you. I feel I'm still recovering my spirit.
All right.
Scannon's really
Yeah,
good at
Do you need
finding
me to yell
rabbit
it
faces.
again? All right, I will roll an
Couldn't
investigation.
hurt.
All right.
All right, let me talk to some people and see if I can find some things. Investigation, 18.
18.
Much better.
Okay.
Here we go.
Chatting around,
That's a good place to go. I'm looking for a speakeasy in particular, something off the beaten path.
something off the beaten path. Right, word of mouth type place. Okay. Let's see.
Oh, I like that he's checking out his
He's got a
yellow
list of
pages.
pubs.
Got a list
Thinking
of
about
everything
all
back
the
there.
battle maps he drew
I
over
know.
the last week, and we're doing pub crawl.
Like, fine, we're doing pub crawl.
Hey,
Whatever.
nothing wrong with that.
Or just a place that comes highly recommended. Doesn't have to be off the beat.
Or poorly recommended.
Man, this is
So, you eventually hear about a place called Haworth's. Haworth's.
Horse. That's
Like
like
H-O-A-R-T-H.
Haworth's.
We have? No. Have we been to Haworth's?
Not been to
Just made it
Haworth's.
up. We've not been there.
Like Walworths, but Holworths.
Sure.
Horse without the G.
Yeah.
Kind of, I guess you'd say. Haworth's,
I've got a
when
plan
you
now.
get there, it appears to be more of a textile business, but upon from what you've heard about, it's more of like a business that runs the front, and then the real actual companies in the back.
Nice.
Textiles and beer.
Yes.
Okay.
So as soon as you guys approach, the guy who's running the front, he's this kind of weaselly-looking, mousy gentleman in his late 40s, kind of thin John Waters mustache, and he kind of gives you a nod and says, I take it you're not here for the, just around the corner back room. Points you over. As you guys walk in, there is a pretty happening establishment in here, actually. There's a harp player on the far edge of the room on the stage who's playing a very beautiful piece. It seems almost like, even though she's just playing the harp, it's almost emanating the sound of multiple instruments around.
that move.
There's probably about 10 or so people in here. It's not extremely crowded, but everyone in there appears to be rather upper crust. Folks that either have descended from the Cloud Top district to rub shoulders with the less elite of the town, and a few wealthy merchants. It's a pretty decent place for rabble-rousers who have some coin to spend. So,
That's us.
Let's get around, shall we?
Not yet. Oh, I would say you could buy Scanlan, but you have no money.
You gave me $1,000.
I did, so you have enough to buy Scanlan.
I'm feeling generous. I'll buy us around.
all right. So, you guys get around to drinks. You
Out of curiosity, Timpanist, which game? I maybe we'll do our own Critical Eyes pub crawl at some point.
kind of look over the events of the previous weeks, chat amongst yourselves, and you meet a few individuals in the event, in the establishment, and make a few friends. Overall, it's a pretty decent way to finish a rather long day of more work than you had originally anticipated. As the buzz begins to wear off and the evening draws close, you guys find yourself getting a little hungry, and this place is pretty much solely a bar experience as opposed to a straight pub. And it's probably pushing close to 11.
Should we go home?
No. What? Guys, the evening is our... What do they say about things like that? The evening is our oyster, right? Isn't that what they say?
Sort of.
Sure.
Sure.
Guys,
Close.
what?
She's like,
No, I said it's pretty close.
It's pretty close. Oh, thank you, Mike. Let's stay out all night.
oh boy.
Okay. Come on.
Oh, no.
Come on,
Do
old
it.
man.
We can see the sunrise. We never do this.
Oh,
We
no.
never take time for
no.
ourselves. Oh, no. Kina's been day drinking and night drinking. I have.
She's that girl.
I'm walking up to the barkeep and I say, Hi!
Oh, God,
Oh, God.
it's so loud.
We need to keep drinking, but also eating. So where's the closest place to do that?
Yes.
At this hour, and the gentleman who's talking to you now is like his chin appears to have been broken at some point in his life. So as he talks, the jaw kind of swivels from side to side in an awkward, like old, like Disney cartoon way. It's hard to really put into words. But his hair's spotty in places, like it's been kind of thinning in the front. But he's well dressed. It's one of those things where like the outfit does not match the persona, but he
How does he fucking eat? That's crazy. This is I still have a little bit of a hangover. I pushed it down all of yesterday so that I could drive home, but it hit me a little bit today. And this is making my stomach turn a little bit. I don't know. I might not have too much to say about this because I don't know. I may or may not have been talking to a Keyleth just 2 nights ago. And I may or may not have been a Vex.
Looks over to you. Well, sir, at this point in the evening, food might be a little hard to procure, unfortunately. As far as I know.
Guys, there's gotta be like some street meat vendors.
I'm gonna find.
Gross.
Mega is a strictly no beer person. Wine is fine, and hard liquor is fine. Wine is good. Hard liquor is whatever. I haven't really met a hard liquor I hated, but also we have like a cabinet full of hard liquor, and if I don't have wine, I won't drink. But if I'm out at a wedding, I mean, whatever happens. Have you had Malort? Oh my God. I had Malort. What just happened behind the thing? What is going on? I just heard brung, rung, rung. Wait, I have to pull up things. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much, Tai. I don't know why all of the alert boxes are behind the camera. Ah, there we go. Okay. Oh God. Okay, this is gonna go for a second. So we will say thank you to everyone. Oh my gosh, Tai, thank you so much. That's so exciting. Their alert is behind my head. Wine is fine, but liquor is quicker. That's a good way to put it, Timpanist. Stew in it? Exactly. We will all stew in the alerts for a little bit. Oh my gosh. I'll have to figure this out because this is nice, but it also does take a second. I wish I could have it just do the alert for Tai gifting them and be like, yay, thank you, Tai, but instead we're gonna do all of this. Whoa, and then that got it all. Oh my God, Malort's story. So while all the things are going, I think we got one more. Hugo Bolzer. So apparently, for anyone who is not familiar, because I was not, there's a very famous Chicago liquor called Malort that is absolute diesel. It is absolute car fuel. And I found it difficult to make friends in the city when I first moved here. Who would have guessed the streamer is kind of introverted? Who would have thought? So our street was throwing a block party, and we went out, and me and Paige were like, all right, we're going to make friends. And we're like psyching ourselves up. And we met these two girls, and we ended up talking for a very long time. They invited over some of their friends. We're all drinking a lot. I started drinking at like 3 p.m. We closed down the block party at 10, and we kept going until like 1 or 2. And at that party, we're already very in it. And people figure out that we're new in town. And they're like, have you guys had Malort yet? And they all bring out Malort shots. And that was when the night started to... I say started to go downhill. I mean, we stayed out for like 4 more hours, so I guess it couldn't have gone that far downhill. But that shit is lighter fluid. I am not like when I say I will do hard liquor, I will mix hard liquor into things, or I will take a very fast shot. but it's not my go-to. And Malort, I am never touching again, unless it is drinking it with someone else who has never drunken it before, because then I'll do it, of course. But that shit was disgusting. I'm with you there. I can't do beer. Yeah, I think that most people like learn to stomach beer by like drinking it with their parents, but my parents are both wine people. So I learned to stomach all manner of wine, good, bad, ugly. Now I get $18 boxes from Trader Joe's. That's less than $5 a bottle, and it's delicious. But yeah, that is now my go-to. Oh man. That was a welcome back gift. I had to wait till I got home to send. Well, thank you very much, Tai Tai. I appreciate it. And I'm very glad to be back. I hope I'm not too late. No, Cherry, you're not too late. I think this part goes into 1:31. So we're a little bit less than halfway, I think. A little bit less than halfway. The tie blink blink. It's crazy. There's always an unless. Well, yeah. There's always an unless. Have you tried European beers? No, but I have had was it Norwegian cider or Danish cider? I had a Danish cider when I was in Portugal, and that was delicious. I'm good with ciders. I like ciders. But I mean, I'll look. If someone sticks a beer in front of me, I'll try it. I would never buy one because chances are I'm not going to like it. I went to school in Tennessee. I had a roommate whose uncle made moonshine. It was great. One was great, one was diesel. My uncle went to I don't think this could get it. There's a statute of limitations is probably up on this. My uncle went to a very small Catholic college and needed to get money for getting through school. And he was a math major with, I don't think he actually graduated with the chemistry minor, but he really liked chemistry. And he used to brew moonshine in his closet to pay for college. And apparently it was absolute garbage, but it made him a lot of money. Beer is only palatable for me on a hot day after sport. I like a good cold, I like ciders for that. I also like, what was the thing that we had in Spain? The wine thing. Tinto de Verano? Tinto de Verano is delicious. Who could have guessed? I like red wine and I like Tinto. I worked in a pub for a while. I only drink beer. I mean, look, hey, to each their own. I one of my best friends growing up, and still two of my very good friends. I don't know why I'm making these weird delineations. Anyways, I have very close friends that don't drink at all. So alcohol is a very like whatever, whoever sort of thing for me. I don't care at all. I used to drink like pure, not pure whiskey, but like I used to drink like only whiskey, and then I drank too much whiskey, and eventually my body started rejecting it. And now I mostly just stick to the wine unless I'm out somewhere and I need to be cheaper about it. There's always a time and place for $2 Chuck. Oh yeah, yes sir. I definitely prefer wine and mixed drinks. Can't stand beer unless it's a sour beer with no hops. The groom at the wedding that I just went to really likes sour beer. I'm not really into beer in general, but whatever you're into. Loving the dog playground in the back while we fireside chat. I really want to. So there's a thing on Twitch called crowd control where you can have like chat, like interactions, like send commands to your computer, like pre-registered commands. One of my ideas for like an actual like stream thing is I really want to have like where like Vox Machina Bingo is, like right there on that element. I want to basically have it be like a chat controllable element. So like you can choose like, is it bingo? Is it dog cam? Is it, I don't know, something else? And run that through crowd control, maybe on some sort of timer, like every like 10 minutes. Like chat can like vote on like what to switch it to, and then I run that through crowd control. So yeah. Anyways, it's been 10 minutes. We're gonna get back to it, but yeah. I'd also just in general want to do more drinking streams because the entire basically length of me streaming, I have either been on lunch breaks from work or had to work the next day. So I couldn't really do good drinking streams. I'm ideating some options for those.
I'm gonna find the most interesting, boisterous clientele in the bar, and I'm going to approach them.
Yeah, are we getting in a fight?
No.
Oh.
No.
Not yet.
Okay. Go make a perception check.
Thank you for not making that anything else than that. Yes, that's much better. 20.
Okay. As you guys go out and you're talking to the front of the bar, and the rest of you guys are, finishing your round of drinks, you are looking around.
I should remember 5,000
Not sure drinking streams are TOS. Ooh, maybe not. I'll actually have to look into that. I've definitely seen drinking streams, but I think maybe you can't, like, say that it's a drinking stream. I don't know. I'm also not, like, so into alcohol that I would need, that's, like, something I'm, like, super on the train of. But I don't know. That's good to know, though, because I definitely, if I'm doing like a late night like gaming stream, with one of these, right, with a critical eyes, I am like, I'm always focused on being entertaining, but with these, I also like need my critiques to make sense, and also like with the whole like matter of it being like a progression type thing, if I, am drinking and like lose my train of thoughts all the time, I'm basically like wasting that episode and the potential opportunities for commentary and critique. So that's why I basically never drink during Critical Eyes. But with gaming streams, there's a possibility that I might. So I need to look into the TOS on that. You maybe just can't get too drunk. We'll see.
was being delivered to the keep.
Don't worry, we have servants.
We have people for that.
It's fine.
Drink more.
It's fine.
So you glance towards the door, and an individual walks in that definitely kind of matches the expectation of what you're looking for. A familiar individual, a gentleman of purple gold-trimmed robes, a darkish complexion, a tied goatee, and a smile on his face. And it suddenly makes complete sense. This is the kind of place that Gilmore would go to drink. As he comes strolling in, he just kind of has a smile on his face. You see a little bit of sweat on his brow, and like, kind of a long day. We're just kind of in a rush here. Looks over and immediately sees all of you there. Well, isn't this the luckiest day for me?
Look at this motherfucker right here!
Hey!
Maxwell down, he runs up and grabs you.
I lift him in the air. I lift him down on a bar stool, and I give him a playful slap on the cheek. Not that hard, but like,
Yeah.
how are you? It's so good to see you. God, you look good.
You as well, my friend, you as well.
Gilmore, what are you drinking? We're buying. What are you drinking?
Oh, obviously, whatever she's having.
Do you have any food? They don't have any.
They don't have any. Oh, they would not serve food here now. It's a finer establishment.
Where can we go for food, Gilmore?
And he thinks for a second. He reaches back into a small satchel he has on his side, and he pulls out a little pouch. He opens the pouch, and he reaches out, and he pulls out what looks like a small wooden domino, like kind of a size. Wouldn't mind clearing some of these tables for me?
Oh, sure,
You wouldn't mind helping me clear some of
Not
these
a
tables
problem.
for me?
Stand up, you lot!
Unnecessarily knocking over the drinks off the table of one of the nearby individuals. But they don't argue with the Goliath.
It's clear.
Heads part some room. He gives a nod over to the bartender, who you can see there's been a report here, so he's like, all right, I'll allow it. He tosses the wooden domino on the ground for a second, whispers something under his breath, does a hand gesture, and it suddenly extends into a wooden table into a familiar sight. This is a hero's feast.
Oh, Gilmore!
These things are not cheap.
You can see in his other hand, he had pulled the gem-encrusted chalice from the middle of his pouch, and as it kind of dissipates in the arcane energy, he kind of says, well, I figured it was a special occasion.
Wow, Gilmore, this is too much, really. This is amazing. You're such a kind, generous soul.
Oh, actually, I've gotten word that you've been spreading the wonders of my brand. Though
Everywhere we go.
that's not true. But you've been doing it a bit, which is more than I expected, to be honest. So I appreciate that. I really do.
Not only that, I don't know if word has reached you yet, but in Whitestone, we're working towards establishing a Gilmore-themed library for the people with your name attached to it.
Well,
Something respectable for a change.
oh, I don't know about that. I've still got to finish building my shop in Westruun. But when that is done, I'll be more than happy to look into it.
If you need any help, count on us.
Whitestone. That place has been kind of dour as of late.
Coming, I tell you that much.
It's a new
Really
market for
turning
you.
around.
New
Really
market.
turning around.
You can turn
Real
a coin
fixer
and do
upper.
right by the world. They are in need, and their place is going to explode. I'm telling you. It's true. Can I get another drink, please?
They're even then
I'll go
changing
get
the
one.
name. They're making it more hip. It's going to be called Wystow now. It's great. Just shortening it.
Another for her as well.
She's had one drink.
All day.
This is great.
All day.
All
One
day.
drink.
When did we tell her
And it was
that's a Shirley
kombucha.
Look, it's been fermented for a while.
So hammered up this cherry juice, you guys.
So as the drinks continue to flow, you guys swap stories, you converse. The evening is drawing closer to like the 1:32 in the morning at this point. Most of the patrons have filtered out of the bar. The Hero's Feast, after finishing being consumed itself, has reverted back down to the wooden domino, which is it's a different enchantment than what you're used to. You're more druidic, divine-based Hero's Feast that you summon out of the actual element. This is almost like an implement or a focus he uses for the spell each time. It's a different way of getting the same effect. Interesting to you, not being an arcane caster. But nevertheless, as it winds down a bit, you guys are all kind of finding yourselves settling in.
Can I sit down and talk to Gilmore for a moment?
Of course, of course.
And Keela gets up and moves and sits next to Vax.
I go and challenge Grog to a dot game.
Nice.
Yes.
Gilmore.
Yes, my dear.
Ran into a really weird thing in Whitestone, and I bet you know some shit about it because you know shit about everything.
Weird things in particular. Is that what you're insinuating?
Kind of, yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Techno?
The moment you say that, you see his kind of jovial exterior kind of harden for a second, and his eyes close. And it's a strange name to bring up this late in the evening.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of almost died.
Because of him, I guess.
Almost is better than actually, so congratulations.
Thank you. But yeah, there's a spinning ball of death, really, a little orb that kind of sucks things into it. It's black, it's under the ground. We don't know what to do with it, really, and I'm kind of worried, I guess, about it.
Spinning black ball of death.
They were trying to wake him up, but they said it was too early. They did it before Winter's Crest.
He thinks for a second. This is the only orb of spinning death I'm familiar with is a sphere of annihilation, but those are generally a bit larger than what you're describing to me at the very least.
Well, I feel like maybe they wanted it to get bigger. I don't know. Oh, there was a hand and an eye, and
Those generally kind of follow around the phrase Vecna.
Oh, really?
I don't know too much other than just what I've been told historically and bits of information that I've picked up through the years. Vecna, and he kind of thinks for a second and he starts.
Lore! I'm gonna finally learn the standard D&D lore that I should probably already know at this point. Let's go!
Looking about at anyone else who's near the table, you guys are off and throwing darts.
I'm listening. And, like, I don't know where you are, but I assume.
Hey, I'm listening, I'm listening.
Yeah, this is Vecna. There's many names historically. The Archlich, the Whispered One, the Dying King, the Lord of the Rotted Tower, the Undying King. Gods like titles, it seems. A bit arrogant, in my opinion. From what I heard, he, born immortal, used his capabilities to attempt to cheat death in every way possible. And then once that was acquired, then naturally went on to the next great endeavor, becoming a god. He attempted to ascend 600 years ago. But in that time, his cult expanded across the rebuilding civilization. He nearly achieved it until it seemed that the remnants of good in society went and followed him to his place of worship and thwarted his ritual. He was slain. But as you've seen, when entities of such power get to a certain point, death is but a hurdle. You have enough individuals that believe you're God. That willpower is strong enough to keep you enduring. So his influence exists, and has for many years. I don't know if he's a god per se. Not yet. But there are those that treat him as such. And that in itself is dangerous. Because that means he's probably still out there. I'm pretty sure he's very interested in finishing what he couldn't before.
What was he just trying to be God? That's it?
That's all I've heard. I'm not a scholar in religious rites, and for the most part, a lot of his history has been, well, destroyed and kept secret. It's his bailiwick.
Wow.
But anyway, if you've indeed come across any of this foul business, I recommend you stay far away.
Far away. Bad news.
Bad news.
Bad news.
Anyway, sorry. That was subject. Didn't mean to bring the mood down on that one.
Definitely helped us.
Well, it's been a fun night, guys, but I'm tired of letting Grog beat me in darts.
You really suck. I don't know if it's because you're so tiny.
They put the dartboard so high on the wall.
Yeah, but you put dots in like two people's arms. I mean, are you really that
One of
close?
those people was giving us the stink eye.
That's true.
Yeah, that is the very much Gilmore nice little hill. Yeah, that's the stay far away. Players, definitely do not research this anymore. That is, I was waiting to hear what the whole left eye, left hand business is about. He just said like, oh, that shit follows Vecna. But then Gilmore did not explain at all what the significance of the left shit is. What the heck?
He's squared out like a little girl too.
But we should go home. We should go home. We should go home.
No.
Keyleth, please, don't be this way. We'll go out again tomorrow. It'll be fine.
You say that now. And then tomorrow some crazy person will show up at our door and want us to do something crazy, and then we'll never have a free night.
I'm super old.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You know what's really cool to do at the end of the night, actually? What will make you be there for the sun coming up is if you do 4 shots of firewater in a row.
What?
Yeah, it's a thing. It like reinvigorates you, but you gotta do them like back to back to back to back.
I do hear that cures the hangover.
I was going to encourage. No, I'm going to encourage this now. I think this is a great idea.
Listen. Only because I'm identifying with your need for revelry. Why don't you and I go do 4 shots back to back to back to back?
Let's do it.
As you guys stand up and begin walking away, Gilmore looks to you and goes,
I like it much better this way.
Gilmore, I love you too.
Actually, you stay here. I'll bring it to the table and I'll go to get the shots.
Okay.
all of your drinks leaving are paid for. Gilmore takes care of the tab.
Oh my gosh.
Gilmore.
Come back with the shots.
What a
Wait,
classy
I got one then.
You want a shot?
All right,
Oh, yeah.
Pike gets a shot.
9 shots.
She says
10
2 shots. She says 2
Oh,
shots.
2 shots?
She wants 2 shots. And so wait, me and you doing the
That's 10 shots.
geez.
quadruple.
Yeah, quad.
The quad.
Yeah, doing a quad.
Stupidest
2 to
thing
quad.
ever,
No,
Keyleth.
what? She wants to see the sunrise.
Let it
She'll
happen.
totally be up for it.
We're all going to learn a valuable lesson.
Yeah. It's amazing. I'll come back with 10 shots.
All right, so who's drinking? 1 shot?
1 shot.
4 shots.
And 2
she's
for Pike,
getting
so...
Pike.
Constitution
All right, I need
throws.
Constitution saving throws from all of 4.
Do we get a Constitution bonus from the heroes first?
Not Constitution bonus.
I don't want it anyway.
Look, I'll take any excuse to actually use Constitution for something other than health.
Anyway. Oh, that's not good.
Oh wow!
8 total.
Oh boy.
14.
I quickly back away from Keyleth.
16.
Okay. As you all...
Pike.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pike, what'd you get?
18.
18.
20. I'm so sorry. 20.
Okay, so Percy, you take your shot, it burns down, you're fine. Pike, bam, bam, the little gnome takes it in her gut, grins, wipes the edge of her chin, looks over to Grog with a bit of a challenge look on her face. Grog, you look over to Keyleth, and both of you guys start.
Yeah, con saves are traditionally just for poison, but there aren't. I mean, there's certainly a non-negligible amount of enemies that force out, some poison con saves, but not enough for me. Same thing with strength saving throws, right? I think the vast majority of saving throws you're going to see are something mental or dex. And I just wish that there were a couple more strength saves and con saves just littered on in there when it makes sense. So if there is ever a situation that comes up in game where I can justify a con save, I'll justify it.
Just slamming down the line. As you hit that 4th one, you can feel the burn on the inside. A little bit of that hero's feast begins to creep up, and you get that kind of acidic, have to kind of stop.
Yeah, true. It's mostly concentration other than that. That's what I meant. Oh, yeah, fair enough, Odds. Yeah, fair enough. Dosis, the dose makes the poison. Ah. Interesting, Timpanist. Fair enough. But yeah, no. Oh, same thing with strength saves. But yeah, other than that, it is mostly concentration. But also, I find that people that are actually concerned about concentration normally don't even leave it up to just the straight con save. They'll take Warcaster to give them advantage. They'll find a fucking magic item that gives them advantage. I think there's a what's the class? The Artificer. I think there's an Artificer magic item that gives you advantage on con saves, or on concentration saves. I could be wrong. But I know that there is, I think it's Eldritch Mind, that's a Warlock invocation, because of course I know that one. So I've seen, especially if casters, like, casters will grab the high con, they'll grab the 15 or the 14 on character creation, but I rarely see them buff it any more than that, because if they are really actually concerned about concentration checks, they're gonna grab something that just gives them advantage, because that's plus like 4.5. That's more than you're gonna get out of, spending an ASI on con. I take the resilient feat on every spellcaster. The primo example of like, yeah, I'm just going to grab, you go 15 on your con during character creation, you take resilient, bing, bang, boom, you're done. There are a few spells with dex saves that I feel really should be strength. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Torben. It's like dex saves are in like every other spell. And I completely agree that I think a lot of them would be good strength saves. I also do wish, this is maybe a bit more of a controversial opinion, but I've talked a lot about how sometimes I will offer optional checks to my players, like where they can use like this skill or this skill. I kind of wish that there were like optional, like, you get to pick strength save or dex save, or you get to pick, charisma save or wisdom save, shit like that. I think that'd be cool. Same thing. I think then you could throw in constitution as an alternate save on a lot of spells. I think there are a lot of spells that would work good where, like, yeah, maybe they should be dex primarily or strength primarily, but a good constitution would also make sense. Oh my god. They just went fucking airborne a second ago. I don't know if you could see that. Are you hiding? IRC, Artificer can enchant robes of jolting, giving advantage on concentration check. Yeah, there's something like that. Anyways, little mini rant. It's nice when you actually get to use your stat choices. Yeah, exactly. And like, Constitution feeds a very important part of D&D. Arguably one of the most important parts, which is your health. But if you're gonna make that one of the 6 stats, I don't know. I feel like it should, like, Dex also feeds your initiative, but then it has a million other things. Yeah, sure, strength determines your carrying capacity and your jump height, but I feel like it should have more than one skill and a handful of saving throws. Like, it feels like the actual usefulness of all the 6 stats is not, they're not used in as wide of circumstances. A variant of shoot your monks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dump stat con every time, clearly. Yeah, I want to have negative con on my on my wizard so that I can stay at 2 health forever. I always felt sorcerer should be a con caster. Oh yeah. Oh my god. I totally agree. I think sorcerer as con caster makes total sense. I think there's quite a few things. I think that sorcerer is maybe, like, I think that sorcerer is fine, like, in terms of balance, but I think in terms of uniqueness and unique flavor, it's the biggest miss in 5e. I really think so. Like, obviously there's a whole litany of things that we can say about the ranger, but I do feel like they at least tried with the ranger design. Sorcerer, I don't know, man. I feel like, and I know that in D&D Next, I don't know what sort of feedback they must have gotten in D&D Next to not do spell points, but I think if they had just made sorcerer like a points caster, I think they would have been so much better. I had a balance with negative con once. She died like 3 times. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Intimidation needs to be a variant strength check. Oh yeah, that'd be sick. Intimidation has a variant strength skill. I mean, I love having variant options. So even though I didn't love the Warlock that they presented in D&D, in 1 D&D, I thought it was fine overall. What I did like was the design track of making your Warlock casting stat based on your boon. I thought that was really cool. I think I would actually prefer it to be based on your subclass, but I like the general idea of Warlocks having this, like, non-standard stat for their spellcasting. I think that's really cool. So I would love to see them take more unique swings like that. And just in general, at my table, I love giving optional checks. I love saying you can do this or this. You can sub in that for that, depending on the situation. I think it helps really build out the story. It does make it a little bit more complicated to run. So, like, for example, having intimidation be based on strength, that's something that I would run at my table where, you know, we've been running together for years. Like, I would run that, you know, no question. If I'm running at a table with people that are new to 5e, I'm probably not running that sort of variant stuff because it makes the actual skill modifier non-standard, right? Like, the character sheet asks you to, like, fill out a number. So now if I start messing with that number, while it might make more sense within the context of the game, and I think make the game more interesting, I'm not going to do it for a first-time player, right? I'm not going to do it for Ashley Johnson. I'm going to do it for a Taliesin, maybe the twins, you know, that sort of thing. But wait, sorcerers as concasters makes so much sense. Totally. Sorcerers as concasters makes a shitload of sense. I think it'd be really cool. And it would naturally make them one of the best concentration casters, which I think is super, like, an interesting result of making them a concaster. It also would make them, like, one of the healthiest casters. So, like, you give them, it would, like, put them on par with Cleric, where, like, Cleric is, you know, a healthy caster because they have access to all of these high ACs through their armor proficiencies. But then sorcerers are very durable, right? Their bodies are machines because of this giant con pool that they're going to have since it's their casting stat. Like, I think it creates an identity that is very interesting, just resultant of that one decision. But maybe you're doing half or full? Half today. Half today. We're still on. And I think in general, I think Mondays and Wednesdays, for now, are always going to be half eps. I kind of like the half eps as a general thing. We're going to see. Next week, I am going to move them up. I'm not sure on the timing yet. I'm thinking like 3:45 or 4 o'clock. So I'm going to be moving them earlier in the day, make it a little bit more Euro-friendly. But I think I'm going to stick to Mondays and Wednesdays or half eps for the foreseeable future. We'll see how it goes once I'm full-time. But that'll especially let me maybe do some stuff earlier in the day, maybe do some stuff after the ep, potentially. But we'll see. And then, yeah, still keep full episode Fridays. I think spellcasters should get options for their modifier. A player could choose charisma for druids. I really like the idea of it being based on a choice within the class. So having it be tied to, you know, the equivalent of a boon for warlocks, or I think subclass, tying it to subclass makes a lot of sense. So like the archfey being charisma caster, totally. Fiend maybe being like a strength caster or something. Great Old One being a wisdom caster. Like, I think that would be super cool. Same thing with druids. Having like Circle of the Moon be a wisdom caster. Circle of Wildfire being like intelligence. I think that could be super sweet. But Blade Lock with strength-based casting, 1,000%. The Blade Lock is the... Oh my god, who is... It's 7:40. Who's ringing my doorbell? Hey, hush. Hey, you two. I know. It is disturbing that someone would ring my doorbell this late. Hey, no. The dogs hate our doorbell, and so do I. It makes the most annoying sound. Hey, what's up, Eric? Thank you for subscribing. Welcome. But yeah, so it's like, you know, blade lock with strength-based casting. Yeah, is it like instead like making Hexblade where it uses charisma for your fighting rather than using strength for your casting? Like, I think I would prefer the alternative. I think I would prefer strength-based casting over charisma-based fighting. But that is, you know, maybe we would see. I homebrewed a Con Stork that use hit dice to supercharge their magic. Love that. Very blood magic-y. I prefer Wisdom Cleric. I like the vibes better. I mean, I like the, again, I really like the idea of having it be subclass based, but Ashley isn't a first time player. Is she not? I thought that this campaign in general, like obviously she's played Pathfinder in this campaign, but I thought she was a first time player. She's maybe I'm wrong. Clerics aren't exactly driven by a connection to God. They're about connection to the domain of reality. Whoa, I don't know about that. I don't know. Clerics and Druid make the most sense as whiz casters IMO. Yeah, I can see that. What up, Apotheosis? How you doing? Welcome. 10 AC Cleric Sork made out of glass and wet paper, but with all the charisma. Fuck yeah. Int Rogues actually makes sense. Int Rogues makes total sense. I completely forgot. I completely agree. I forgot to ask at the top, is there ever going to be an example gained in the voice chats in the Discord? Yes, it is on the roadmap for the bot, and I know how to do it. I just haven't had the time. I also want to look into how to make coding stream safe. Because given that it's like a web app that people will interact with, I want to make sure that I'm not like exposing exploits or like certain things that I shouldn't be. So I'm going to look into how to make the code stream safe. And then once I do, I really want to do coding streams for the bot. I think that'd be super fun. So very much so Deadly, very much on the list. But it is harder than doing it for text chat. There are more considerations, and so I did text chat first. But Beastmaster being charisma would be cool Druid variant. Yeah, exactly. Past 2 hours. Hell yeah. Need confidence, stranger danger. It's an alternate, don't answer it. Yeah. There's an alternate system being developed at the moment, which is interesting. You can choose any class to have any primary stat, charisma fighter, dex wizard, etc. I mean, that would certainly be interesting, but I do think that it loses a bit of the grounding of like what a stat represents. Like, I do think that there is the potential for a system to kind of go too flexible, especially if the stats are so kind of interwoven into the system, like D&D stats are with the skill check system. So I think there is a risk there, but I do think that there is an opportunity to do something like that could definitely be interesting to try. I went Int Warlock Artificer, who made a deal with Mechanist. Oh, fuck yeah. That sounds sick. like a Skyrim beacon line. A new sub graces the chat. A new hand touches the beacon. Probably gonna have to have a lot of separate files or something like that, and just make sure to never open certain things. Yeah, I mean, I already have like a config file. I would just never open the config file, but even then, I want to make sure that I can obscure things just in case, because that's kind of the problem. Is like, I wouldn't want to touch content where I have the option of fucking it up, because if the option exists, if I do it consistently enough, I probably will fuck it up. So, like, I need to figure out how to, like, obscure the config file unless I, like, put in a password or something. Like, I think that there are things that I could do. I just need to research it. I'm sure that that I could watch some coding streamers to figure it out. Customization is great, but there needs to be some form of limitation. Sure. And I mean, there are certainly systems that offer that like increased degree of customization, but they also abstract their stuff a lot more. Like, it's BitD time. BitD has that level of abstraction where kind of any class can use anything, but also the classes don't really interact with like the overall abilities all that much. So like in that system, instead of dealing with the problem, they kind of just sidestep it by saying, hey, all of the classes. Oh, thank you, Dop. Thank you very much for the sub. Instead of doing with that, like all of the classes in BitD just give you like a feature that just does a thing. It doesn't like have anything to do with like a modifier or a casting stat or anything like that. So it sort of kind of goes around the issue, which is something that D&D could certainly do, but you know, it's hard to know. Yeah, Wizard's casting power comes from the abs. Ooh. Anyways.
A little bit, take it back down, but you're good.
Little mouth sauce.
But you're good. You kick it back. As soon as you open your eyes from the, you look over across the way, and all you see is Keyleth. Her expression go from a big smile to neutral to a worried frown, and looking to the door.
She's gonna take hit points.
I can't go outside.
Oh.
I can't go outside.
No, I got it.
You got it?
No,
she's gotta stay. She's gotta stay.
Vex, hold her hair back. Hold her hair back.
We should pick her up and carry her around the bar.
Help her out.
I need to stay here.
Come on, Keelan!
I'll go help her out.
Well, we've got her. We've got her.
All right, Radiant Pike.
Wait, okay, I want to help Keyleth, because she, yeah, go ahead, hold on, go ahead.
Okay, so as you guys
All right, tell me a story.
as you guys drag Keyleth outside, Scanlan, you're staying?
I'm not going near that shit.
All right, Max is staying and Pike, you're staying?
Yeah.
All right, as this is happening, Gilmore kind of sits up and begins to finish off his drink.
That's okay.
It's good to see friends.
That's okay.
Indeed. Well,
Oh, just don't get your on me. Get it in the street.
it's getting very late, and I've only been back a few days, and I have a lot of business to tend to in the morning.
I'm sure you do. Could I borrow your ear for a few minutes?
Certainly. It would be my absolute pleasure.
You want some privacy?
In private.
Oh, far be me to stand in the way of a private conversation.
So something that I think a lot about, that I actually feel, it's hard because it's something that I really believe in and that I really always want to try and do, and I consistently fail at, is developing a good rival for the party. Because I think that a rival can sort of capture the same energy that Gilmore is right now. Right? Someone sort of made the joke of like, oh, Gilmore comes to like bookend every arc, and they are always so pumped to see him. They are so pumped to see him, in fact, that Matt uses Gilmore as a reward, and it works. It totally works. They're so excited to see Gilmore, and Matt can use it for more tangible rewards. Like, Gilmore is an expert in things. He runs a business. He knows things about the world. That the DM can then use to explain things to the audience, the characters, the players, what have you. And I think that you can capture the same if not a greater feeling with a rival. Like, I have seen rivals be so well executed. The first campaign I ever played in, it was after like 5 years of DMing. And that DM did so many things wrong. It is almost hard to list them all. But something he did incredibly well was develop a rival for us. And we were always, as characters, we're like, oh, this fucking guy. But every time the rival came up, all of the players at the table were like, oh, it's blah, blah, blah. Oh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? How are we going to fuck with him? Because it was always like, he was a rival. He wasn't someone that we wanted to kill. We weren't out to like murder him. But it was like, ooh, how are we going to embarrass him in front of the town? Or like, oh, I bet that he was the one fucking with us in this way, whatever. Like, it was such a cool facet of that campaign that I've always wanted to recreate. And I've done it to varying degrees, but I would never say that I've done it successfully. And that's something that I really wonder if Matt ever goes into that. I will be so excited if he does. If he goes into like establishing like a really nice rival for Vox Machina, whether it's a rival group or just a rival person, I think that would be super dope. So if that does exist, obviously hold the line, don't tell me. But I would be very, very psyched to see that, and I very much encourage it for any DMs out there. I have firsthand, as a player, seen how good it is, and even my attempts at doing it, I think my players have still really liked. Even the attempts that I would consider non-successful, I think were well liked at my tables. In Mass, you have whatever superpowers you have. The class options is more about the character arc. Yeah, sort of that is very similar. I've never looked into Masks, but that sounds similar to City of Mist. Sounds very similar. G1. Player's Hug? Yeah, Player's Hug. I like it. Love this method acting from Tal Marisha. Yeah. The physicality is huge. I've talked about this before, but it's one of the reasons, even though I play primarily online nowadays, I almost always have my camera on. Almost always. Because I think that the level of nonverbal communication that you can have when you can see someone's body it not only allows you to communicate more than you can with just your voice, but it allows you to communicate without using your voice, without talking over other people's moments. So like, right, you can't all talk at the same time, but you can take on a very certain physicality that you can take on while someone else is talking to the DM and while someone else is doing their thing to support the overall vibe of the scene. Like they're about to do right now with Gilmore and Vax, they're doing this physicality while that dialogue is going on. So, I mean, I do really like this from Marisha and Tal. Not enough Lex Luthors in D&D. Exactly. The fact that Ashley's on Skype with the crew makes me lose my shit. It is really crazy that, like, they're on Twitch right now. They're on a live stream. They have fucking on-screen elements. And they couldn't get Ashley's face right here. Like they have a Twitter feed of assumingly times that people did like hashtag Vox Machina, and they can't just put Ashley on the on-screen elements. Like, come on, guys, come on, what are we doing here? It wasn't that long ago that this was happening. And you have a production company. I'm not even saying what are we doing here to Critical Role. I'm saying it to Geek and Sundry. Like, come on, just a little. He's a crime lord. We all know that Gilmore is a crime lord. This is all well known. Gilmore was some rivals for an urban campaign. Who were these three gentleman thief goblins called the Maglubworths? Wait, Maglubsworths, yeah. Never ran them, but I think I still have their stat blocks somewhere. I love that. I love that. Especially, yeah, if they maybe like, maybe they're just like dicks to the party, but they're never like outwardly hostile. I'm getting Pokemon rival vibes. Yes, very much so. Very much like Red from the original, or Gary, where it's like very antagonistic, but you're gonna work together. Like, I think that's one of the coolest moments in a lot of those types of stories is when you have the team up moment between the rival and the hero, where like we finally like, get them like, they're back to back and they're like, I still fucking hate you, and it's like, I still fucking hate you too. And then they, chop through the horde together. Because at the end of the day, they're still on relatively the same side. Yeah, I really like that. What up, G Hercub? If you want to try Mass, let me know. I'll look into it. I do want to try more systems, especially now that I'm full-time. Haven't played any games since the DS. Oh, yeah. A lot of mocap experience in this voice actor cast of CR. Makes sense they'd embody their characters even when sitting. Yeah, totally. The problem with putting Ashley in an on-screen element is then the players wouldn't be able to see her, so they would probably hear her but not see her. I mean, 3 of the players already can't see her, right? Like, these 3 already can't see her, and I don't believe they're even across the table anymore. So pretty much the only one that can see her, I think, is Matt, from my understanding of their setup. I could be wrong about that, but I don't know. I think mostly they hear her right now. Relatively the same side is the best side. Exactly. I totally agree, Sputnik. Yeah. There's definitely ways to do both. Yeah, there could also be ways to do both. Yeah, they could have like a monitor dupe. Yeah, there are ways to do it. Best rival working together I can see is Ducat and Derek in Deep Space Nine. I don't know the reference, even though I really want to watch Deep Space Nine. I love Next Gen, and I've just never gotten around to Deep Space Nine for some reason. Because I love OST, even though it's hard to watch nowadays. Or not OST. What am I? Original series. I really like original, but it's hard to watch. It's kind of like Star Trek, the original series, TOS, the original series. Anyways, Star Trek, the originals is sort of like Morrowind. It's kind of like Elder Scrolls 3, where I look at it and I'm like, oh, you're so good. You're so revolutionary. But it's hard to play you nowadays. Like, I can barely get on board with Oblivion. Even though it's my favorite game of all time, it's hard to play. And so, but that's not even Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine is great. And it's like after all of those. So I really want to watch it. I really need to. Their clan motto: I promise our great God King all the world's gold stained with blood. Fuck yeah. That sounds like Vox Machina's kind of people. Oh, man. Best rivals are Team Rocket? Yeah. Yes. Rebecca, that is a fantastic, easy example. Team Rocket on the anime are an amazing example of rivals, where they are constantly fucking with the protagonist, but when push comes to shove, even against other Team Rocket members, they normally side with the party. Yes, Team Rocket's an amazing example. Yeah. Garrick is the best character in all of Star Trek. Oh, fuck yeah. Seeing Shatner on my screen is truly painful. Yeah, I mean, that's... you try to see it for what it's worth at the time. Deep Space Nine is the next generation, and Game of Thrones had a baby. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. That's so awesome. The physicality of this group of people is why I feel like my soul is evaporating. Whenever I hear people just listen to the podcast of CR, there's so much they're missing. I feel that. They are a very like, it's not consistent. Like, I don't want to say it's not consistent. It's not like dominant within everything they do, but it is a significant factor of their stuff. I get that. You're probably right, Fanlair, but maybe that tech wasn't available. Not trying to argue, just being devil's advocate. I mean, that's fair. And we don't know what was up with, the Geek and Sundry production. I personally think they probably could have done it. Like, it was 2015. YouTube and Twitch had been, well, I guess Twitch was still relatively early. I don't know. Hard to look back. Been playing Morrowind recently and really enjoying it, TBH. Just had a fun build, playing Argonian Spear user. Look, Morrowind is good. But for me, maybe I'm too much of a modern chub, but I have trouble going back and dealing with the old mechanics. In before Bethesda remastered the old TS games instead of making TS 6, dude, if they remastered Morrowind, I would buy that 1,000 ways to Sunday. I would adore a Morrowind remaster. Like for regular TV live shows, sure, listen to a podcast. This group of cuddlebugs. Oh my gosh. I'll be the odd one out. I could not get through Deep Space Nine to save my life. Oh no. Hey, look. If anyone knows anything about me, it is that I have not seen a lot of pop culture shit. So I will not judge you for that at all. I haven't even tried at this point. But there are plenty of things that I have not seen or couldn't get through. DS9 is Star Trek IP owners wanted Babylon 5. Haven't seen Babylon 5. Don't even know what it's about. A spaceship called... No. The 5th planet in the system of Babylon. That's my guess. Is that Babylon 5... There's a star system called Babylon, and it's the 5th planet, Babylon 5. That's my guess. I do believe it would have been possible. Yeah. I've wanted a D&D character in Pen Pal forever, but now I want one where our PCs are rivals. Oh, fuck yeah, that'd be cool. I was binging C1. I couldn't stop watching. I did some EPs via podcast, but not too much. I felt like I was missing too much, yeah. It tells a lot about the characters alone. Yeah, exactly, Dop. I think they're really good at holding themselves. I mean, they're just... That is something I go back to, is like we talk about the lightning in the bottle of CR, but like there it was always something fundamentally different about these people compared to you and your buddies, you and your local group just getting together and making an actual play. And I think the core difference at the end of the day is that all 7.5 of these people are professional actors. Voice actors, mocap, TV, whatever. They are professionally trained actors that make a living and get paid for that shit. And directors. And producers. So, at the end of the day, there was always going to be something different about Critical Role compared to... even a very experienced group of D&D players just throwing on live and playing. They were always going to have a certain X factor that the others didn't. I know modders are recreating Oblivion. Yeah. Sky Oblivion, and there is also Skywind. I can't wait for Skywind to finish. But Sky Oblivion and Skywind have been around for a long time. I don't know if those projects are ever finishing. But anyways, it's 15 minutes. We're heading back on in.
He stands up for a second and kind of walks over to the far table in the corner, right by the stage where the harpist was playing, but is no longer on the stage. And he just kind of sits down, expectantly waiting.
Can I watch this conversation from the doorway?
If you guys are, the doorway just leads into the textile portion. So if you guys aren't leaving the place entirely,
Well, I
figure I just
If
need
you
I figure we're
by
just
the
outside the
textile,
door.
I've taken her all the way out.
I'm just
so.
gonna hang out. I'm just kind of watching.
okay, let's make another Constitution saving throw.
This should be fun.
No, that one cursed
That
me
one-
before. That one was bad before. Let's do this one. Oh, that's better. 18.
Okay,
Ooh.
you do manage to make it all the way outside of the building before you
Grab
threw
the
it
hair.
crap
Oh,
all
God.
over.
All right.
Oh, God.
Go.
Oh, God.
Oh, not on the jacket. Not on the jacket.
That was really bad.
Gift for eternity. Gift for eternity. Gift it. It's the internet. You can't take it back.
It's there forever. All the Percy Lift shippers now are having a field day. All right, so
So sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so
I know,
sorry.
you'll be even sorrier in the morning. It's all right.
Grog said to make me stay up.
It's okay. It's okay. I know.
As you sit down with Gilmore. Yes, Vaxelan, darling.
We have known each other a long time. Long
Yeah?
time, yeah? And, I have a lot of love for you. You are an amazing man.
No, not disagreeing with you there.
That is part of your charm. I don't even know what I'm saying.
The druid craft all over the place. Fair enough.
To say, I just feel I need to be honest with you. There's no question you and I have danced around each other a bit for the past few years. And I have been curious.
Well, curiosity is the spark of arcane pursuits and knowledge. Among many other things.
I've come close many times to going further than I have. You were a charming man, Gilmore. But I respect you very much. And I need to tell you that I can't do the dance anymore. I am in love with someone I don't think loves me, but all the same, it wouldn't be fair to you to think that we might dally. And I don't want to be a liar, so I won't be.
Well, I certainly appreciate your honesty. And, well, I would be lying if I didn't say I was a little disappointed. But at the same time, the heart wants what the heart wants. And, well, I've enjoyed our flirtation. Perhaps our paths aren't meant to be quite so entwined. Such is the flow of fate, my friend. And he gives that little kind of sigh of digesting heartbreak a little bit. But, you know, there's like a nod to him of understanding and acceptance, and he kind of looks up to you again with that kind of whip crack of a Gilmore smile and says, I wish you luck. The path of a...
Dude, what I'm getting from this is that Mercer can be fucking eloquent. Perhaps our paths were not meant to be so entwined, such as the flow of fate, my friend. Motherfucker, where did you break out your book of poetry for this shit? Oh my gosh, fellow high-def LGTVs rise up. I don't know, LGBTV? What is V? LGBTV? Like television? I don't know that acronym. I mean, I know LGBT, but I don't know the V at the end. Gilmore definitely reads poetry. Oh my god. Gilmore reads, composes, he does everything. It's a pun on the TV. Oh, okay. There we go. Shit, if your players talk to your NPCs like that, keep them. Dude, I mean, that was eloquent. I am hard to think of Matt as eloquent. I just hear Gilmore. That's what I'm saying, dude, is like, I'm trying to think. I can't remember the last NPC I had that was that eloquent, but I'm trying to think if I could break out phrases like that. I'm a little bit better at the, let's call him crass. I'm a little bit better at the traveling troupe of musicians that are secretly thieves, if you know what I'm saying. That's more my wheelhouse, I would say. Maybe the greasy car salesman. That's maybe my range. But damn, that was wild. Trash talking. Oh, I can talk trash every day of the week. Oh man, scriptwriter from the CR's writers' room. Don't credit Matt too much. He's just reading. Yeah, scripts are overpowered. Yeah, I agree.
Uncertain heart is never an easy one. Should you ever need an ear to bend or a shoulder to cry on, well, you know where I am. And if I'm not there, you know how to get hold of me.
Now reach out, hand behind his head, say you are a beautiful arcane bastard, and I kiss him full on the lips.
Vax getting all the kisses.
Pat him on the shoulder. Thank you.
I'm just being a tease.
Little Hill, that was very funny. That made me laugh very hard. I was also laughing at Critical Role, but I'll be honest, I was mostly laughing at Little Hill.
Takes his cup, which is empty, and kind of like holds it up to the last drop, kind of puddles out. Good night to you, Vax.
Not Gil.
Walks out into the night.
It is a little bit of mixed messaging. I've never understood that. I've never understood the one for the road sort of mentality. Disaster buy move. I'm funnier than Critical Role confirmed. Exactly. Look, Vax is breaking up with him, but he's not gonna, I mean, he's not what? He's not gonna kiss him on the way out? I mean, that'd be ridiculous. That'd be ludicrous. What? I'm making the adult decision here. I should get at least some sort of reward for it.
As Gilmore walks by you guys, he looks over at Keyleth and goes, "Go do some water."
Oh, yes.
Why does my mouth keep producing saliva?
Yeah, I'll get her water. I'll get her a little jug of the fire water. It'll wash out the mouth.
Can I cast Lesser Restoration on her?
You can.
All right, let's do it.
So I watched that whole conversation.
Hike.
Or like, just to give her like still a little bit of a buzz, to just take the bad part out of it.
A proper use of divine magic.
Can't divine the sad out of alcohol. That works.
Pike follow us all around
All the
everywhere.
time.
Pike is the best wingman.
Hey, maybe Pike is a head
Pike, I missed you so much.
At which point,
Come here.
I'm sorry, you guys.
the nausea,
I'm so sorry.
as Pike embraces you, the warmth of her hug is also matched with the warmth of the divine energy that briefly flows through your body, and for a second you feel as if you're weightless, and the nausea is gone. The drunkenness is still there, and the buzz is still finding its way through your system, but not as heavy as it was before. You become a little more conscious of yourself, and when the warmth fades, you feel much more in control of your current state of your mind, your well-being, and the contents of your stomach.
Holy shit.
God, I've never wanted to live in a D&D world more. Holy shit. A magical boot and rally? Fuck yeah, dude.
Shit, what kind of shots did you give me, Grog?
The weak stuff. Yeah, I think they call it regret.
Schnapps.
Goldschlager.
Goldschlager, Jaeger, lemon citron vodka.
Oh.
Oh man, I love this game.
So,
Should we go home?
yeah, now
Yes.
should we
I think it's time to go home.
We've left our mark here.
Does Keyleth lose the benefits of the feast since she rested all over the ground?
Oh my gosh. Why did you ask that question?
What a bit.
My body.
God, Grog out here asking the teacher if we have homework. Motherfucker, shut your lips.
That's some of the calories.
It had been a few hours, or about an hour since the initial feasting toward the drink, so she's had enough to maintain the effect.
Okay.
But the gentleman who owns the establishment is probably not going to be very happy in the morning when he has to clean up. Anyway, you make
It's outside. It's outside.
I made it
Kick some dirt over her puke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not savages and berries anyway.
Come on.
You guys make your way back to Grey Skull Keep. As you approach the front gate of your establishment, you see Cordell and Shane are keeping their evening watch over the gate. Cordell kind of shouts down to the rest of you guys,
You've got guests waiting for you.
Oh, shit.
Shit.
What? How long have they been here?
looks over and looks to Shane. Shane kind of looks over at him, counts in her head. I think probably at least 2 hours.
How many times have we told you don't let guests in when we're not here?
They had your permission.
Oh, who is it?
It's a bunch of them. It's,
Oh, it's my friends. This is why I wanted to come home.
Jesus.
Oh, the party keeps going! Cordell, open another bottle!
And we've learned
he looks over at Shane and goes, don't do that, Cordell. The gate
God damn it, Cordell, we pay you!
It's okay. Just ignore it. Let's go.
The gate opens. You guys come inside, and you find as you enter the keep, the smell of a recently cooked meal is permeating the air of the keep. You hear laughter and a little bit of music in the distance. And as you walk towards the eating chambers, your central kind of feasting area on the bottom floor of your keep, there indeed you see the recently discovered friends.
Is that little, is it a halfling teenager that was picking pockets at the bar? Is he here?
He is in.
Can I walk up to him?
Yes, you walk up to Samson right now, by the way, is asleep on a table. It's way past his bedtime. And he's just kind of like on the edge there.
I nudge him awake. Hey, sticky fingers.
Hello, miss.
Hey.
Hi.
So, I saw you at the bar. You know, getting things off of people's pockets. Off of people's pockets?
Yes, Dragon?
They told me they wouldn't miss him.
No, it's totally fine. I don't care. You haven't done that here, have you?
No.
No.
No, not unless he tells me to. And points to Dr. Dranzel at this point, which Dr. Dranzel has been like,
Scotland! Finally!
Lovely to see you.
You can see now there's like 3 bottles of wine that have been drinking that are open and about.
Did you bring those?
No! But they were provided, and I'm not one to not drink when it's not provided.
Well, thank
Oh,
you.
good. Oh, Cordell, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You opened wine and I yelled at you. I'm sorry.
Cordell's not even
Cordell's at the front gate.
Oh, Cordell. I figured Cordell walked us in.
No, they're up on the front gate. Keyleth is talking out to nothing.
Yep, nothing.
Thanks, Cordell!
The lesser restoration didn't have quite a strong effect on reversing the alcohol, but she's not puking, so that's good.
Right.
Maybe
I'm still drunk.
Post puking back.
Wow.
Doctor, thank you for coming over and bringing the gang. It's so great to see you again tonight.
Oh, you guys as well. And you can see the rest of the people are kind of watching. Zed's kind of fallen asleep. Esselmere is just in the back corner kind of watching everyone.
Is that the singer?
Yeah, she's the older, mature elven woman who's just kind of keeping an eye. Kaylee is there kind of sitting next to Drenzel, and Kent Plucker has a little kind of loop that he's just kind of on. Says, well, come, sit, unless it's too late in the night. I have a conversation I'd like to have.
Oh, please, lay it on us. Anyone want to go to bed?
No.
Oh.
I like her.
Yes, but let's do this anyway.
All right. Lena, bring around some meats. Wait, we already ate.
We're fine. We're so
All right,
full.
Lena, go back to sleep.
She looks tired. It's like, more meats. Okay. Is it all right if I go to bed?
Yes, please.
Sleep well. Glad you made it home safe. And she wanders back off, kind of, bags under her eyes. Dr. Drenzel kind of waves you all in.
So, a little proposition that we talked about at the bar earlier today. The old man who didn't need his fortune.
Yes.
Allow me to elaborate a bit in a more private setting, if you don't mind.
More private than us.
I've never seen the Muppets. Was not on my roster of children's programming. I was always a Blues Clues sort of fella.
House.
No.
This is the more
This is the more
Private
private.
bar.
Ching ching, everybody.
Is that lipstick on your face, Vax?
What?
Maybe it is. I don't know where it would have come from, though. This is the land of magic and mystery. Who knows?
As Drenzel holds out his mug, he goes,
Now, when we arrived to come play the Winter's Crest Festival here in Iman, one of my contacts, we'll say, an old client of mine last year in Iman, right around the same
I have to Google the band picture. All right, wait.
time, mentioned a
Okay, there we go. Start the timer. I think let me check the. We're doing great on time. Let's Google a band picture. What was it? The Doctor Teeth and the Electric Mayhem. Oh fuck yeah. Dr. Drenzel is Dr. Teeth. Look, I'm super down to picture them exactly this way. Yeah, this works. I can do that. That is Dr. Drenzel for sure. Yeah. We can just call him Dr. Teeth from now on, in the same way that whatever his fuck is Smokey. I don't even remember his name because he's just Smokey. This is now just Dr. Teeth. You are now required to watch Muppets Christmas Carol and Muppet Treasure Island. Maybe it'll be a member reward someday. I could be down with that. I was homeschooled without a TV and I know more pop culture than you. Probably. Some of it I experienced and just forgot, but I rewatched a lot of shit. I rewatched a lot of Scooby-Doo. My home in the suburbs, I guess on the exterior of the suburbs, had dial-up until I was in high school, I believe, and we did not have a DVD player until around the same time. And I also used a flip phone until then. We were low tech, relatively. So I watched a lot of old VCS tapes. VHS. I sound drunk like them. Jesus. I've watched Top Gun more times than I can count because it was my sick movie on VHS. So my pop culture knowledge is limited. We're 2 hours in and there hasn't been a bio break. There hasn't been a bio break. You're correct. And I actually do need more water. This is a good time. This is as good time as any for bio break right before we go into this conversation. Very good reminder, Little Hill. You should rename this channel to Rockman because you were clearly born under a rock. All right. That sounds like good second channel name material. YouTube chat being critical during Critical Eye. How dare they? How dare? No. We'll do a bio break. It'll be perfect. And when we come back, we'll be relatively in the home stretch of the episode probably. So yeah. Go get some water. hydrate or dehydrate, and I will be right back. And, oh, man, it's only been 7 minutes since the last Twitch ad, so it won't let me run another one. Shit. Well, goodbye. Oh, wait, I didn't set up the BG3 inspired music. Wait. Hold. Hold. Oh, I already signed up for this? Oh. Okay, well, the music app is being weird, so, I don't know, sit in the sound of silence. Goodbye. and I'm back. Talk about the litany of things that I want to do full time. Music. I'm gonna research music. I'm gonna listen to music to try and figure out some stream safe songs. Because I cannot trust Streamlabs, because Streamlabs is like, hey, all these songs, super duper stream safe. And then YouTube is like, fuck you. How dare you try to play this music? Demonetized. Ha-cha. So I gotta find some YouTube safe stream music. Even though Streamlabs says this is YouTube safe. I guess they mean it's YouTube stream safe, not YouTube VOD safe. But I know Good Kids said they won't claim anything. Good to know. Good to know. But anyways, that is for later Mega. Current Mega is watching Critical Role.
Curious thing. Apparently, a wealthy lord here vanished about a year ago. His estate was sold to a private collector. Apparently this collector keeps his name off the books and couldn't really find any information about who he was or really what his business is, but he just...
I mean, Sputnik. Unironically, I don't know if I'm actually going to do a stream, but I am going to learn guitar again because I have had no less than like 20 ideas for songs for content, and I actually tried to write some of them, but I don't play any. I used to play guitar and I used to play piano, but I haven't played. I also used to play trumpet. And I played all sorts of percussion. But I haven't played any of them in so fucking long that I'm mega out of practice on all of them. So gonna relearn guitar especially, just so that I can at least put out like, acoustic tracks at the very least. And yeah, maybe be able to make some of my own shit, because I will always let my own shit be on. Heartbound OST? Is Pirate cool with that? I have no idea. I'm gonna try some things. I'm gonna have like experimental music hours to try some stuff out. Time for you to play all three and mix them together. Yes, sir. Can't wait for the one-man orchestra. Hell yeah. How about guitar? I could learn guitar. That wouldn't be bad. So you used to be a bard in training is what I'm hearing. I was either going to go to college for theater in Texas, or computer engineering in Kansas, and I chose the coding route. So not far off to say that I was bard in training. Yeah. You playing trumpet makes so much sense. Look at these giant ass fucking, yeah. I got all the lung capacity. I killed the trumpet. I won't. Humbleness is not a dominant trait of mine. I was good at trumpet. He said they make the music themselves and don't claim it on anything. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. Trumpet, piano, and sax. Ooh, I would love to know how to play saxophone. It's what I used to know how to play, but I lost almost all of that. I've lost so much shit. I used to know sign language. I used to know guitar. But when I went to college and learned programming and was learning all of the college shit, I just lost all of my hobbies that I had learned and really kept up on in high school. So I want to use this newfound time in my life to relearn a lot of those old things. Then how about some MIDI programming? Could do. We'll see. I don't know. I have a lot of things. A lot of next week is going to be me doing a lot of things I've already done, like Baldur's Gate and Critical Role, and kind of thinking through okay, this is the sort of time I actually have. I'm going to put a lot of effort into Unseen Campaign during the first week of March, and kind of seeing okay, what do I want to prioritize out of all of the other things that I want to do? like what is actually going to be the stuff that I pursue. So yeah, learning sign language is actually fire. Dude, sign language was really sick. I loved knowing it. I loved being able to do. I mean, I lived in Kansas City, which I think I've mentioned before is the second largest deaf population in the U.S. So I would unironically run into deaf or hard of hearing people all the time. I say all the time. I mean, regularly. So it was really great to be able to interact with them at a higher proficiency. But yeah, I would love to. I really want to relearn it. Memory reconsolidation has its pros and cons. Yeah, and I need to choose. I can't do it all. I won't be able to do all of it, so I need to actually pick. Teach Bird to play the theremin. Dude, her paws are almost bigger than my hands. I don't even think she could. I think she would break the theremin. But if I did manage that, the channel would blow up. That's true.
Acquire the entire estate. People were curious as to what his business was, as the previous individual was rather well known, and the circumstances rather dubious in his appearance, but I don't know really how that all went together. Anyway, this older collector was fairly active at this estate, until a few months ago. The windows have darkened and stayed as such. No furniture touched, the interior elements unpacked or moved. Just went away. So I'm thinking, either this fellow has kicked the final bucket at his end, or is off on some extended business trip, leaving his acquisition and all of its contents ripe for the picking. Problem is, we can't get into the Cloudtop district.
Yeah.
Kevin Kaylee have tried numerous times, almost got arrested. And you can see Kaylee kind of gives a nod with her shoulders.
Fantastic reasoning. I think this is actually a huge missing component in a lot of campaigns that have these sort of like middlemen hirers, like, oh, you guys are the perfect ones for the job. Like, a lot of times there is, I think, the missing element of, why haven't you done this yourself? Why haven't you done this through more normal means? And even given those two things, why are you asking us? Why haven't they done it through more normal means? Well, it's illegal. Why haven't they done this through also more normal means of like contacting potentially like a thieves guild, like the Clasp, is because this dude seems well connected. Clasp, it might be risky to contact the thieves guild about this dude. It might be under their protection, so may not be good to contact them. Why the party, why Vox Machina, is now twofold. It is not just that they know Scanlan and have an in with Scanlan. It is also that Vox Machina, in general, has an in the Cloudtop district. Beautiful reasoning for why this group is contacting Vox Machina to do this kind of vaguely random snatch and or smash and grab, right? Like, why Vox Machina? There's actually like a very distinct reason, which is cool. It's something that is I think missing in a lot of these sorts of things. Hey, what? Dogs are making bad noises. Oh my goodness. So nobles, kings, trusted advisors. How about you break in and steal stuff from another gnome or noble for relative pocket change? I mean, look. It only goes so far, obviously. But it depends on what the, relative pocket change. Vox Machina, I'm sure the not notice, but the legend of their greed is potentially as legendary as everything else about them. It's enough that I can suspend it. Logic helps sustain immersion, right? And if you want to give your players this sort of thing, it's a good point, Daniel, of maybe not the most, disbelieving thing. And hopefully the players press Matt on that. Like, I think that is a very fair thing, Daniel, for Scanlan or Vex to say in this situation of like, hey, look, like, you know, we got a reputation to maintain here. You know, this better be super worth it. And then it comes into, hey, don't worry, it's super duper worth it. Then it becomes not relative pocket change. It becomes, hey, use your clout and influence in order to make a massive bag. And suddenly Vex is probably on board. So yeah, I think that is like picking at those holes as players can be very good. King Uriel, that it's Vox Machina. You've disappointed me for the 13th and final time. Argue against potential loot no matter how small. Balderdash.
Kind of shrugging. Still got a few things to learn, apparently.
Did you try winking?
It's the first thing I throw out there to you.
He goes back, so, seeing as how you folks have got some pull in the town, I was thinking you could either, find a way to get us in, quietly, carefully, let us do our work, give us some tips on the best way to stay out of sight. Or you could go in, grab a few things, come back here with the spoils, and we'll take our cut. His eyes look over to you, and you says, I get the feeling this kind of work is not unfamiliar.
It's certainly things we've done in the past.
Didn't we discuss this and learn and assume that this was a house that we had been in once before?
Are we talking about...
We thought it might.
Are we talking about General Craig's house? Or are we talking about the guy that we first came into his house in Amon? Remember? The diplomat?
We don't know either way.
Do you know who used to reside there, Doctor?
The name escapes me.
What about a position?
You do recall the Cloud Top District was not at your disposal when you first came here.
Right.
So
it's
a new place.
Probably General Creek's place.
Possibly. When you guys went to inspect.
Rage looting.
Yeah, we found the
Down in the dungeon, there was the demon.
Teleportation device that led us.
It could be a different house.
This was a while ago.
Does it sound like General Creek's place? It was big. What? Did you get a description of the place?
Yes. Red brick building, iron fence surrounding the outside.
That's it.
It's like every house, though, right?
No.
Actually, no. Most of the houses there have various colors. Krieg's was built more utilitarian. It was very minimalistic in its interior decor. In fact, most of it seemed kind of unused from what you saw, other than the manservant that lived there.
Right.
The house, for the most part, the bedroom, everything that you searched seemed like it was barely touched by
He
anyone.
was a dragon.
He's a fucking dragon.
Was that his house where he's describing?
It seems pretty damn close to the description from what you recall.
If we were to be interested, it's true that you are pointing us in the direction of this place, but we would be doing all the work. We would need a very high percentage.
Well, look, I just...
I'd previously discussed a 60-40 split. I'd be happy to take
I
that
know
down.
that's what you said.
So
I
like
know. I said high.
70-30.
80-20, or I'm not doing shit. You can send him in.
Hey, it's my friend.
A tough bargain, but 80-20 it is. Alrighty.
I'm gonna have to think for a minute
But
before
we
I'm
haven't
comfortable
agreed
with
to
this.
it.
You just
agreed to?
did.
He agreed to give you a cut if we go in.
Hang on, guys, what did
Fair
we
enough.
just agree to?
Fair enough.
Okay.
Here's the thing. If you haven't noticed, we have a keep, an embassy. We're known around town. We're council members. We can't go stealing things from people's houses.
Well, that's unfortunate. I'll have to find somebody else.
Well, hold on. He made a deal with you. If he doesn't do it, we'll find somebody that will. He's a man of his word, and we'll back it up. You don't have to do it.
You know, Vex, we have sort of told the Sovereign that we are interested keenly in the security of this area, and if this is an unsecured house, we couldn't just be going in to try to secure it.
Excellent point.
See?
Excellent
Thinking of the
point.
people. That's the Scanlan shortholder.
And remember, there were dangerous things in the house. We can make sure that it's safe now, protecting the,
Yes,
you know.
just God forbid a child wanders in there. and
God
finds
forbid.
I will
himself
say
in
in
a dangerous
the-
spot.
I don't know what we're talking about.
We're not talking
Eat the
about
spread,
breaking
eat the
into a
spread.
living man's home. Krieg is gone. Krieg was a dragon.
And then it was obtained by somebody else who you don't know who it is.
Oh, are we talking about Joker Krieg?
Oh,
I
He was
missed
so
him.
dreamy. Do you remember him?
He was so dreamy to be a
Dragon.
Krieg.
He was a dragon.
I've heard that name. I think that may be the gentleman.
Oh, you know Krieg?
I don't know.
Perhaps
Oh,
we
you
should
don't
at
know
least
Krieg?
take a look to see if there was something else down there that was dangerous. I mean, not to be,
She said fine.
justification.
She said
Let's
fine.
do this.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we'll set
Justification.
off to do this. In the meantime, we invite you to stay at our keep, drink of our wine, eat of our food.
Yeah, more wine.
Please, make yourselves at home.
Yeah.
Is this not the greatest bar to have lived?
Yes.
We think so.
It's true. Thank you.
Scanlan, you humble us all. We're happy to do so, and thank you very much for your fine hospitality.
You humble us all. By
We have
comparison.
one room in addition to what we stay in. Would all of you be staying in the same one? Or would you want to stay in the temple?
We have a couple of rooms. Remember,
Got a dungeon.
our Dragonborn room is available now, and as well we have a dungeon and
I'll stay in the dungeon. They
I
can
have a
stay in my
rather
room.
large bed if Kaylee would like to take that. I could sleep on the floor. That's
You
fine.
invited them to stay because you want to bone Kaylee?
What, are you really
excuse me,
cock
not
blocking
just
right
say that out
now?
loud,
Are you
please.
cock blocking in the keep?
As you're saying this, Kaylee's just watching this with a smirk on her face. Well, I'm not one to turn down a soft bed for an evening.
Yeah, can't wreck that game.
Transl kind of gets over like,
Good luck.
We can also put some beds out at the in the workshop, which has now been vacated also. So we have.
Wait,
Hey.
Grog, go some
how long
beds
are you
around.
staying? How long are you guys staying?
Zed sits up. The large bearded gentleman goes like, I'm happy to sleep here. This is fine by me. Just give me a flat surface. And he kind of just goes over to the tables and just
Is that Zed the drummer? Who is that?
yeah, he's the drummer.
Okay.
Why don't you invite little pickpocket to sleep with you? So you can keep an eye on him, doesn't steal stuff. Where are you going, perv?
Where you going, Perv?
Let's all turn in, shall we?
Let's
Okay.
turn in.
All right.
I'm gonna stay up and keep an eye on the doors when they go into their rooms and make sure they actually stay. Actually, no, I'm gonna go find Jareth.
All right. Jared, you mean?
Jared.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's been that week.
Oh.
As you guys are arguing all set up,
Shove Keyleth into her room.
Can I proceed?
Good night.
you guys all find your way to your rooms. As you guys all arranged some beds for those who need it. For the most part, down in the kind of dungeon area. The couple rooms are kind of crowded up with the other folks, except for Kaylee, who is following you. Scan them with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
She's gonna rob you blind.
As you all go to your various rooms, Kaylee pulls out the chair and the table in the far end of the bedroom, sits down against the 4 glasses of wine, and sits across. You guys have drinks and begin various conversations about. She's that good of a flute player. So she asks you about your history and kind of your travels and how you met Dr. Drenzel and everything.
I tell her all the best parts and leave out the naughty bits.
Interesting tale.
Kingslayer,
Right. I
leader
remember.
of a rebellion, you know.
So you've said a number of times. Hey. She kind of drinks a little bit more of the wine, sits down. I guess I should tell you a bit about myself then.
Yes, please. I'm fascinated.
Well, I grew up in Kymel, mostly, before moving to Westerun to train at the College of the White Duke. Finest of the birds he was.
Yes,
My
yes.
mum gave all her savings to put me up there. Now, I only joined the troop about 6 months back. It was my 3rd year at the Duke's when the good doctor came through, and I seized the opportunity. Now, to be perfectly honest up front, I've already heard a bit about your tale of Shorthalt. The charming of the Pauper Prince, your rendition of the Summer's Sunder at the cliffs of Dagger Bay. I've been hoping our paths would cross.
Get out there, drunkie.
Get drunk, just go to sleep.
Method.
Cliffs of Dagger Bay. Go ahead.
Dagger Bay's a place.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm flattered, and you have quite a lot of talent for just having played with the troupe for 6 months. I was impressed back there.
Thank you very much. I've heard most of these stories.
Dude, I feel like she's about to fucking, try to assassinate him. I feel like Scanlan killed her dad or some shit. What did she say that someone, saved up their whole life savings to fucking... You know what I'm saying? Wait. Let's see. When we see, it was my 3rd year when the good doctor came through. My mom gave up all her savings to put me there. I feel like he either just he murdered her mom or dad. She's a College of Whispers bard. Who was her person? The good Duke troop. It was my 3rd year at the Dukes when the good doctor came through. The song The Cliffs of Dover. All right. Yeah, I think she's a College of Whispers bard, and she is going to do some shit to him. Oh.
I've heard most of these stories. My mother, Sybil.
Who?
Sybil, a fine gnomish lass. She was some years ago. She came across a smooth silver-tongued flautist who blew through like the wind and disappeared. Took her innocence with a promise, then vanished just as suddenly. Left her a child to raise on the income of a quilter, she did. Now, growing up, I hear tale and tale of your musical feats, as my mother took on a 3rd job.
No.
Support us. A few bad harvests just south of Silvercut. Being the only tiny female fair folk in such a rural town means being preyed upon, so I learned to use a blade quickly. And to wield my charm just as viciously. Seems that runs in the family, eh?
I
practiced. I stole. Lied about my age and eventually paid my way into the Duke's College so I can find you. Prove you a scoundrel. At this point, you see her stand up. As she begins to draw a small blade from her side.
Oh my god!
Her face is hardened and still as she stares at you. You see a slight tremble in her hand. This day, Scanlan Shorthalt, I beat you at your own song. Now I come to take your dignity. Now take up your sword.
First of all, Kaylee, it's so wonderful to meet you.
Don't try it on me.
No! Listen, I have my faults, for sure. But I didn't know that you existed. I would have come to visit. I would have come to meet you. How can you fault me for something that I did not know about?
Do you even remember Sybil?
I mean, could you describe her a little more detailed?
Yikes.
Make a,
Oh man.
Just make a wisdom check. Just roll d20, add your wisdom modifier.
Okay. Wisdom, which is a -2. 16.
16. You vaguely recall Sybil. She had golden hair, very eager to escape her simple belong.
I will note, typically intelligence is like the memory one, but whatever. Dude, you know what's fucking crazy? You want to know is this the right time? My mother did not know her father until 2019. So I was there. And she was not, gonna kill him like this. But oh boy, it is weird to hear the Gallivanter, Scanlan Shorthalt use the whole "I didn't know" line that I heard from my grandfather. It's a very trippy thing for me. Yeah, this is a wild one, man. I don't. That's crazy, dude. What up, Jeremy? Wild moment to come in on Jeremy. What's up? I hope you have a great night too. Thank you very much for the compliment. And I hope you enjoy the backlog. Sam is Mega. Well, Mega's granddad is Sam. Is more the answer. Dad, I'm taking notes for if we ever meet. Yeah. Hindsight goes crazy with the Kaylee Scanlan scenes. I can't imagine, dude. Woo! Looking at Sam's face, the dude is just dead in the eyes, dude. Oh my god, Sam seems to be genetic. This is crazy.
Beginnings and very clingy very quickly. You jumped out of there very fast.
Level
From
5.
your perspective.
Calling Kaylee's mother clingy in this scenario is fucking crazy, dude. Sam isn't a philanderer. Scanlan is. That's true. That's true.
Yes, Sybil. She was passionate, intelligent. Really a lot of handsy sort of. I mean, I think I remember her quite well, and she was a wonderful person, and you should be honored to have such a wonderful person as your parent, and not someone like me, because I was a scoundrel. You're right.
You are a scoundrel.
I have been in past moments in my life a scoundrel.
Do you even realize you nearly invited your daughter up to sleep with you?
I mean,
You don't
like
care.
I wouldn't have let it go that far.
You have no boundaries. You take what you like and you keep walking on. You trick folk.
snaps to Matt for holding Scanlan to account. This is delightful. I have no notes. I have no notes. This is having someone. I mean, I've complained about Scanlan ad nauseum, and having this just laid on Scanlan. Because what's he gonna do? Kill his fucking daughter? If she tries to kill him, is he gonna full heel turn? Like, what's he even gonna do, dude? Besides what he's doing right now, which is so obviously not convincing. He's not even convincing himself. This is beautiful. I'm loving this. This is fucking great. Oh, your ad's about to start? Wait, snooze. We gotta snooze. Snooze. Alright, snooze for 5 minutes. Kaylee is Mega's mom. Sam is Mega's grandfather. How did you know? How did you discover it? Sounds like Trickfoot. It does sound like Trickfoot. Oh my god, so you wanted more family stuff. If you're gonna play a horny part, you gotta accept the horny consequences, too.
Now draw your blade.
I don't want to fight you, if that's what you're insinuating. Listen, I know that I've made mistakes in my life. I've admitted as much before, and I don't know why I'm this way. I must need to do a lot of soul searching to come up with an answer, but there is a woman who I love very dearly and who I would do anything for, and I'm trying to be a better person.
Including sleep with your daughter.
It's a big step for me. Big step. I know that sounds callous and cruel, but I've tried to be a better person. If you're here to fight me, I'm afraid you're going to be terribly disappointed, because I will just let you kill me if that's what it takes. I didn't know you existed, and my heart is breaking 100 times now for not knowing it. Every year that you've been alive is a year I could have been a better person and known someone who could have made me a better person, and I'm only sorry that I didn't know it. If there's anything I can do for you from now on, if you are truly my blood, I will, because among my many faults, ego is certainly one of them, and knowing you're part of me makes me love you even more.
Make a persuasion check. With advantage for that speech.
Persuasion check?
With advantage, with advantage.
It won't matter.
A manipulation check?
Are we back? I love Twitch right now. We're back. The suspense. We're back. Okay, I rewound. I rewound a sec. Of all the times for buffering to ruin a stream. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Oh my god. Okay. I think is this good? The as she stands there, the veins in her neck. I think this is good.
Stands there with her blade out, kind of staring at you.
I know. Apparently, it is only YouTube that is freezing. I don't know why. I have to assume that it has something to do with like the multi-stream routing. I thought you paused and were really in shock for a sec. Mine froze right when he rolled. Twitch was fine. I have no idea. That's so weird. Mercer with a great joke. Roll a manipulation check. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Check.
32.
It knows that it won't matter.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh
She
shit,
rolls
she's
high,
big.
too.
She's big.
The bard.
As she stands there with her blade out, kind of staring at you, you can see like the veins in her neck tensing.
I slowly
eyes quivering.
unbutton my shirt
Sounds
and
sexual.
show her my chest and say, Stab me right here if you'd like, and I will not resist. You've earned it. Take me.
You see the tear begin to roll down her cheek as her jaw clenches. And she thrusts forward and rolls a natural 1.
A natural 1?
A natural 1.
As she goes to strike towards you, even in that moment, her will falters and the blade just falls limp. It hits your chest, and you feel the piercing of something pushing into your flesh, but no more than maybe half an inch, as there's no real force behind the blade. And as the hand releases her weapon, it clatters to the ground as her momentum carries her arms around your shoulders.
Oh, man.
As she holds you there, her kind of tousled, short pixie brown hair, you can feel the wetness across the back of your neck, and you just hear her voice trembling in your ear say, "Why? Why can't I do it? All the years building up to this, and I have the chance, and I can't do it."
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that you're going through this, and I'm more sorry that you're going through this by yourself. But I think deep down, you're a short halt, and there's something that you have that's connected to me, and I to you, and perhaps I misread that as some sort of icky attraction, and I apologize, but I've known for a while now that something is missing in my life, some sort of focus and some sort of moral compass, and maybe it's just arrived at my doorstep.
You say that, and her arms kind of tense for a minute.
I'm sorry, is this real? I can't, Is he for serious? Or is he gonna fucking take out a knife and stab her in the back, literally and metaphorically? I can't. This is. I don't know what to believe. I guess it was persuasion. I will also note, crazy. I don't. It is poetry, man, and this is weird for me because I like the way it ended up. Like, I think that the narration of the Nat 1 was good, but also the idea of him failing on a 32 is kind of insane to me, especially when, I don't even know what the contest would have been. If this was deception, sure, maybe it's a deception insight check, but what was she contesting against persuasion? And a 32, that's rolling above the highest DC, raw. That should just auto succeed. But that moment was beautiful. So it's hard for me. I'm conflicted because the moment was beautiful, but I don't like the fundamentals that built it. It's so tough, I think the 32 might have succeeded. Maybe if she rolled under a 25. Maybe. Now would have been the worst time narratively for a lightning bolt. That's how you know if Sam plays off the morally ambiguous character really well. My problem is that he hasn't really, by my opinion, he hasn't really played it well up until now. And so for me, I'm like, this is great character work that is sort of coming out of nowhere for me, and I don't know how to feel about it. I4? Is there an I4 somewhere? What could I4 even be? PC goes unconscious? Wait, what? No. Ability check. Oh, yeah. I assume it's similar to your roll a d20 to let you decide rather than any particular skill. Potentially, if he's like, I don't know what the DC is, let's just see, what I roll, and if... But again, it's if he's having him roll a check in the first place, going over 30 should just mean that you auto-succeed by the raw. So it's hard. It's tough. I don't know. I see it like even if the bard rolls a 32 to seduce the dragon, doesn't mean he gets to lay the dragon. But what was the failure state then? Like, let's imagine a world where the 32 is the success. Like this scenario where she was going to stab him in the chest, presumably, was the success. What is the failure? Right? Like, I think that's kind of my trouble with it. Is it's like in that scenario, because I agree with you, right? I agree with you, Cabium. It's a classic example. But I don't know what the failure state is in that case. I don't know. Sometimes Matt rolls insight against persuasion and intimidation. I don't get it. I intimidate you, you insight, I succeed. Now you know I'm being dead serious, I succeed. I agree. I think that is what was happening, G. Hercub. I really don't get it. In general, I'm not a contested checks guy. Like, I use them, but I think Matt used them a lot more than I would. But especially, like, persuasion is not something that I feel like can or should be contested. I don't know. Perhaps the state is murder no matter what. Success is some maiming maybe involved. That's true, Topaz, and, we never know what would have happened. Yeah, maybe she was gonna maim him a little bit, and then decide not to kill him because of the persuasion. We'll never know. That could have been the success state. That's fair. Maybe you get another chance to talk her down if success, and no chance if it failed. That's true, Valkyrie. There is a state there that does make sense to me. Yeah. She was always going to crumble after the first hit, but the dice was like Scanlan doesn't get hit for any damage. That is very fair. It might have been a case where it's like she stabs him and then crumbles and feels bad about the hit, but the nat 1 was a little bit more impactful. And that is one of the tough parts about not being behind the screen right now and looking at this from the outside, is it is very hard to tell what his intentions there would be, especially because the dice were so cinematic in this moment that it makes it feel like she was gonna fucking kill him, and a 32 did fail. But because of the nat 1 here, it's hard to tell if that was actually the case behind the scene. It did make it quite cinematic, though. I will very much give it that. Oh, man. I think the 1 got Scanlan the hug. Yeah. I don't know. Persuasion is just a dumb skill. I mean, the social aspect and pillar of D&D in general is tough. The whole social pillar is, I think, relatively underdeveloped. I think that they've actually made some interesting, kind of forays into it in 1D&D. Not enough for my taste. I wish that there was a bit more going on there. But yeah, I don't disagree. I feel like he wrote Kaylee with some room to be persuaded, but he needed some way to express her character's rage at Scanlan. That's very fair. With persuasion, I feel like there should be some sort of contested roll, or the stats of the persuaded person don't matter at all. I mean, and that is the thing, is it's like, and that is the tough thing about persuasion. Like, deception is very clear. You're lying to them. The failure success state is they believe your lies, versus they don't believe your lies. Persuasion is tough because it does really depend on the failure state. Like, should the person's stats matter as to how much they are able to be persuaded? Like, there's no, the only corollary to that would be a stubbornness stat, which is maybe something you wouldn't even want, as a DM. It's really hard to figure out what the corollary to persuasion even should be. I like the aspect of, BitD handles some stuff with clocks. I think that the one D&D aspect, there's like a standing aspect of essentially like how willing they are to listen to you that can modify some checks. I think that there's a way to approach it. Like, I think you could have a general abstraction of, maybe 3 layers of like standing with a person. So, Kaylee's coming into this not wanting to believe a goddamn word that comes out of Scanlan's mouth. Think about her let's think about this on like a +3 to -3 scale, right? She's at the -3 on that. And progressive persuasion checks can maybe, get her up that scale. And maybe like, at a -3 to persuade her is, a DC 30. And then one persuasion check, gets her up to a -2, or maybe, it's a 2-tick progression where maybe it gets her up to -1, and so now it's a lower DC to persuade her. I feel like there needs to be some sort of progression, right? And I think that's the thing that's really, really missing in both exploration and social within D&D. Within combat, the progression is your health. It's your health, your enemy's health. That's the progression. Social, there's really no layer of progression. There's no like, I succeeded on this persuasion check, I get this reward out of it. It's really hard to handle as a DM, I think. So I think if there was some sort of like opinion, let's call it like an opinion meter. It's an opinion meter. And so, yeah, you have this kind of range where progressive persuasion checks can move you up or down on the meter, but if you fail the persuasion check, maybe it moves you down off the meter. And if you go too far off the meter, maybe it triggers combat, or it locks you out of any future persuasion opportunities. I think that there's something to be said for that kind of system. I haven't seen any sort of homebrew that I was like super into, that I was super convinced by. It's one of the reasons I really want to play Vampire the Masquerade, because I know that Vampire the Masquerade has all sorts of social shit. So I'd love to play that, see how they handle it, and see if there's maybe some things I could learn there for my D&D games, but I've never seen it done super convincingly in D&D. For me, the really good passive insight generally works well. I do love passive scores, but insight still feels a little weak to me against persuasion. It doesn't really feel like it makes a ton of sense. He persuaded her against killing him and was about to Mark of Zorro Scanlan's chest. Could have been a Mark of Zorro situation. That's very fair. That's very true. A really good role-playing moments from Sam doesn't land because he's usually such a clown that I don't take his character seriously. I'm more emotionally attached to Trinket than Scanlan. I don't disagree. Wisdom saves sort of stand in as willpower skill, which could resist persuasion, but using a save there is also ick. Airsick, that's a great point. I actually think you're dead on about the use of wisdom saves, and it would just be kind of ick to save against a character's persuasion. Like, I actually think you're dead on about, like, the purpose of the mechanics. And, like, if you're going to contest things there, I do think that makes the most sense. But I also think you're dead on in that it definitely feels ick. It definitely feels like something I'm not really down with as it feels just weird. MCDM RPG actually has a whole negotiation mechanic where an NPC has patience, which defines how many checks you can make. That seems interesting. I do think a limit on the number of checks and like choosing different types of checks could be interesting. I mean, yeah, I could see that being good. Negotiation in that RPG is more like a skill challenge. Social combat, repartee. There's a great video game called Gritlands, which has an amazing social combat mechanic that I love. I've always wanted to like kind of do my own deeper analysis to see if there's something that I could gain there for a D&D port, but I've never been able to really nail down a good way to port it into D&D, but I do recommend Gritlands as a game. It has a great like social combat mechanic. Really, really good. Scanlan has a lot of serious moments through the past arc that it makes this scene feel believable. Maybe. I mean, I'm certainly have not been totally pulled out of it, which is good. Like, it has kept me in it. And, you know, I can certainly suspend my disbelief. I wouldn't say that I think he has personally put in the amount of legwork that I think was necessary for this to really, really hit. I think this is mostly hitting because of Matt's skill and Matt's like really like skillful delivery of this and presentation and planning. Like I think that this scene I wouldn't credit it 100% to Mercer, but I'd go 70-30. I don't know that Sam has done the legwork. Like, he's talking about, like, I've been thinking that I needed a moral compass for a while, and I'm like, I haven't seen that shit as far as I can sniff it. Like, the amount of times that I have thought Scanlan thought that he needed a moral compass, I can count without hands. Like, this has not happened. But the situation that Matt has put him in is so perfect that almost anything that comes out of Scanlan's mouth sounds okay. And to Sam's credit, I think he's playing this really, really well. Like, that's why I don't want to say that I think it should be a deception check, but it almost feels weird to me that it's a persuasion because I haven't actually, like, I don't feel like I've really seen this, like, leading up to this point. So it feels like at no point have I thought that this is Sam talking, right? I feel like this is Scanlan giving this speech in this moment. It's really visceral. It's really good. But it kind of sounds like he's pulling it out of his ass because he's so thrown off guard. He has never even envisioned this happening at any point. Like, I don't feel like anything has led up to it. I feel like this is a massive come to Jesus for him that hasn't been foreshadowed at all. But because of what it is and because of how masterfully Matt introduced it, it didn't need to be foreshadowed. Like, I think this works perfectly as a hard intro into this moral arc for Scanlan. So it's really throwing me off, but I'm down with it. I'm really cool with it. So yeah, I don't know. Sam has some of the best RP moments though. That's kind of an unfair way to look at it, IMO. I mean, he has good RP moments. Like, I haven't really seen, like, I wouldn't call it best RP moments up to this point. Maybe it comes later. I haven't really seen that. I've seen a lot of funny RP moments, and they've been solid, but none of them have been emotional. Like at least up to this point. So I haven't really seen that, but that could just be me. It's a matter of how cooperative or stubborn someone is when it comes to being convinced to do something they don't want to do. Yeah, it is. And there's no real equivalent stat for that in D&D. Like, there's no stubbornness stat. So I don't know. They really underutilize performance checks, only using it for literal stage performances. I don't think that's unique to CR. I think performance is a sorely underutilized skill check, even in a game that I absolutely love, Baldur's Gate 3. I think they heavily underutilize performance. So I don't think that's a CR specific thing, but I do agree, G. Hercup, that I do think it is underutilized. The only thing VTM is never run a combat because it's ass. Yeah, exactly. VTM has odd daunt abilities where you just convince, intimidate mortals, period. Yeah. Dice system isn't really D&D compatible. Yeah. Most clowns are incredibly... I just had this idea, so it might be dumb. What if the DC for persuading an NPC is 25 minus their wisdom? Or you can add or subtract based off circumstances? there's maybe something there. I mean, Theshel, I think we're trying to, like, wisdom is sort of the willpower stat a lot of times. So is charisma, though. So it's hard because both charisma and wisdom a lot of times are used kind of in place of willpower. So you would almost have it be wisdom would be plus, I would think. But then it's like, if the persuasion is making a good argument, why would a high charisma or a high wisdom make you less susceptible to change? I just don't know if D&D's really ultra compatible, you know? This seems like Matt going, okay, we're going to take your character seriously now. You going to match it? Yeah, I feel that, Topaz. I totally feel that. And to Sam's credit, he is matching it very well. I'm really liking his performance here. But his meta jokes and trolling just builds a wall between me and his characters. I want to like his C2 and C3, but I can't connect. And I don't know anything about that. I won't comment on C2 or C3, but I will say, for Scanlan, huge wall. It's one of my big problems, is that there's a huge wall between Scanlan, the character, and Scanlan, the joke. Because, like, Scanlan is just, like, a joke of a thing. Like, he's like a meta joke. And then there is separately his character. So I don't know. Yeah. But we generally have been seeing Scanlan grow. Kind of. I haven't seen a ton of growth out of Scanlan. Like, when we talk about growth from Scanlan, I have seen Sam say less one-liners and, like, do the occasional serious thing with Scanlan, like when he made the decision during the Winter's Crest Festival about what they were going to do with the prisoners. But that was not something that I don't think episode 1 Scanlan could have done. Right? There was no actual, I don't think I've seen any actual growth from Scanlan the character. I have just seen Sam present more sides of Scanlan than dicks, butts, tits, farts. Because that was most of Scanlan episode 1. And over the thing, I just feel like I've opened up more of the book, but I wouldn't personally say I've seen almost any growth in Scanlan up until this point. So that's why the moral compass thing feels like that feels like almost deception to me. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe leave that there, Lil here. Yeah. Exactly. This moment of pushing him to say who his character is, it's a moral test, but Scanlan can defend with his skills, but for the first time, he doesn't want to. Yeah, exactly. I've had some internal, I feel like it's somewhat in character for Scanlan to not constantly be like, I've had some internal distress lately. Yes, I agree. But also, you have to display it to some degree. Right? Like, there is an amount of, like, yeah, every character, every person has a hidden world that we will never be privy to, both in character, out of character, in real life. But if you are going to display a moral arc within your character, within D&D, you need to show some evidence, whether that is them saying it out loud, whether that is them taking some sort of action that displays that moral conflict. I've not seen Scanlan take any action that presents really any sort of moral conflict in this vein. But I do agree that it's not really in him to say it out loud. Most of his best arcs are future campaigns. Yeah. It sounds good, Mustang. See you later. I've known people who didn't show much outward depth, but found it out later that it was there. This worked for me on a class clown type. Yeah, no, I have seen those sorts of things as well. And people are always going to be more complicated than characters. But as an audience member within a story, it feels a little bit out of nowhere. Sometimes people are out of nowhere. But if I was going to try to take that seriously, of like he is trying to play like an out of nowhere moral development that has been brewing in Scanlan for a long time, I would have to take Scanlan more seriously, which I don't. Like, all of the things that Sam has done, like the pooping on the bed, the constant meta things that Scanlan does, not like, I'm not saying meta gaming, but like Burt Reynolds, attorney at law, right? Like, those sorts of things mean that I can't take Scanlan seriously, so it's hard for me to make that leap into this is a complex, class clown commentary thing. It's and that is, I think, the main problem with a Scanlan type character and the way that he's been played thus far is that if you do want to do something like that, it makes it hard to take that seriously because we've never been able to take you seriously up until this point. When it comes to emotional RP, I think he's had some funny moments. Oh, he's had definitely funny moments. That's very true. He's definitely had some of the funniest moments, no question. To be fair, this is still mid-scene. Scanlan could or could not be bullshitting. The fact that you're skeptical is a good thing. It is. I think this scene is impeccable. Scanlan totally could be bullshitting this. And I think that this scene is doing absolute wonders. And so that is the thing that's going through my mind of when he's saying this. The reason that I think he is bullshitting is because he is saying that this has been brewing, right? And so now I'm thinking like, has it been brewing? I don't remember it brewing. Is he lying? I can't tell if he's lying. Which, to be fair, is not a bad thing for me as an audience member to be feeling. I think that is more coincidental. Like, I don't think that was, like, purposeful. But I think this scene has been awesome so far. We are still mid-scene, but I think it's been really, really good. Oh, no, there are so many more comments. Okay, I'm going to start skipping a few. Damn it. Oh, I hate doing that, but we're at minute 25. And even though this is a super awesome scene that I would love to talk about more, I'm going to have to start skipping. Yeah. Compared to being interviewed by Nardwuar, they become human. True, fair. Let's see. I don't think he has the best, but personally I think Liam's are the best, but I think Sam has a few great ones that deserve to be appreciated. No, and I think this is an amazing moment of RP. Like, I think this entire scene, I think the way that he has gone about this has been delightful. And I got told repeatedly, Sam gets better. Sam gets better at playing Scanlan. And I will say, I have 100%. Like, when I say that I don't think I've seen Scanlan grow, I have seen Sam grow. Like, the more that I have seen of Scanlan, the more legitimate of a character he's become. So I think that Sam has grown as a player, even if I maybe don't necessarily think that Scanlan has grown as a character up until this point. But this seems to be an area of growth. We'll see. DMs tend to overly favor deception checks to performance checks. Yeah. Like when disguising as a guard is something. I agree with you, Airsick. I think it's a shame. I think I really, kind of like I try to go out of my way to use con saves. I go out of my way to try to use performance when I think it might be valid. Weird side question about BG3. Sort of like you said about having veils in D&D games, I have that same veil for video games. Can you avoid romances in BG3? It's the only reason I haven't played. Yeah, 100%. You can literally just turn people down. Every time that there's an option for romance, you can just say like, nope, like good as friends, we're chill. Yeah, 100%. I have only romanced one character because I love her. She's my ride or die. But I have been asked to romance several other characters that I have all turned down. Feels like Scanlan as a character is solidifying. Yeah, I agree, Thashel. I agree. He has some very sincere, emotional moments. Hell yeah. That's awesome. That's very, very cool. IMO persuasion checks against NPCs should compete with a set DC based on how close you are to the NPC. That's kind of what I was getting at, G. Hercub, with like the opinion, meter. Is it's like depending on where you are on the meter, that's the DC. I think there's maybe something there where you're competing against a DC depending on how favorable they are to you. That's sort of what 1D&D tried to tackle, but they did it in like one paragraph. I think it needs its own fucking book or supplement. I don't know. If it's PvP, roll deception, even if you're telling the truth, and the other side rolls insight. If deception succeeds, the other player doesn't get any additional info. Yeah, maybe. Deception is about how well you are hiding the tells. Possibly. There's maybe something there, yeah. But with some, it's very difficult from an ace perspective. Also, glitches that lock you into a relationship accidentally. Are there, Topaz? I didn't realize that there were any of those sorts of glitches. I will say, I do agree with Topaz that I have accidentally chosen dialogue options because I just didn't want to be a dick that accidentally hedged me into romance territory. And I did not realize that that's where I was going. So I would say, and you know, I'm not coming at this from a ace totally ace perspective, but I think that a lot of the tells are there. You might just get farther in than you expected or anticipated. And that happened to me with Gale, where like I thought I was deepening the friendship, and then it kind of hedged into like sexual romantic territory, and I was like, oh, that's not where I thought we were. And then I like cut it off, but I still had to be like kind of rude. So the game does present them to you. You can always, there is an exit route to all of them, but you have to be kind of watching out for it. Somewhat unfortunately. They picked very tropey characters. Yeah, that's fair. Longest aside, potentially longest aside, which I mean, it's been something we've been leading up to. The discussion of social mechanics and Sam and Scanlan. I mean, Scanlan is probably the character I've been the most critical of besides Tiberius. And this is the best scene I've ever seen with him. And I think that Matt is handling it amazingly. I think Sam's handling it well, so I'm not surprised that this is the longest one. I think we broke 40 once. We might have broken 40 once. We could do it again. There's been some patching on that. If you played BG3 early and found that scenario with Gale, I see. I did rewind time a bunch and do several long rests in a row in order to hit a decline romance option in order to prevent the entire party thinking we've been dating for eons. Whoa, that's weird. Okay, shit. Sometimes people have to hit rock bottom before they become willing to change. I feel like this moment is a moment of clarity for Scanlan, and I sense some catalyst for personal growth. I 1,000% agree, Groinhead. I could not agree more. I am nervous, but also, cautiously optimistic that he will legitimately play Scanlan with this scene, in mind for the rest of the campaign. I'm worried he'll ignore it a little bit more than I would prefer. But I totally agree. This is a huge inciting incident on the hero's journey of Scanlan growing a sense of empathy. This is like a definitional inciting incident. So I would really love if this was like the beginning of like a great arc for Scanlan. The lack of true 5e social mechanics is a big reason why I've tried to pull my group towards other systems. Yeah, I mean, that's totally fair. I think that is entirely fair. I think it's kind of sad that the most popular, like, social mechanic heavy TTRPG is also the, edgy goth boy, TTRPG with Vampire the Masquerade. I think Vampire probably gets a bad rap, but I know I certainly had a pretty negative, view of it until I got a little bit older. But like if someone had tried to ask me to play Vampire like in high school, I definitely wouldn't have. So I really do wish that there were more robust stuff related to social. I think that there are some abstract, more like powered by the apocalypse type systems like BitD, like City of Mist, that abstract the social the same way that they abstract the combat. So, you know, everything is on the same level. But if you don't like that level of abstraction, if you want it to be detailed and robust in the same way as the combat, you're kind of out of luck on a lot of systems, which does kind of suck, I think. Genuinely love that we spent over half an hour discussing Scanlan. Yeah, it's been sick. It's been very, very cool. I am glad because this scene is fucking awesome. I agree with John. D&D. Oh wait, what? John Elliott. Oh wait, there we go. Is it crazy to say that I love the vibes-based, completely situational persuasion DCs based on NPC personality and context? Sometimes it can flow even though it isn't mechanically airtight. No, I don't think that's crazy, John. I don't think that's crazy at all. I mean, like I said, I really like the vibey nature of BitD. I think that BitD is like definitionally vibey. So I don't think that's crazy at all. I will say I wish that there was a bit more. There was just a bit more guidance. So I do wish that it was like, hey, you know, when you're going into a social challenge, rate your NPC's willingness for change on like this scale. And like that scale gave you as a DM recommended like DC ranges, you know, or maybe some sort of like matrix, sort of like a almost like an alignment chart, right? Of like, you know, their patience compared to like their opinion, right? And that kind of has like a matrix of DCs. Like, I think that there are very small mechanics that you could implement to give a bit more guidance to DMs. I personally wouldn't want a social pillar that was as complicated as combat is, but I would like it to have a little bit, a few more solid mechanics behind it. That would be my preference. But also, if that's, you know, if your preference is this, that's totally fair. Genuinely, I agree with John. D&D doesn't give a chart of DC checks for breaking crates made of different materials from cardboard to carbon nanotubes. It's not that difficult to come up with a DC. Like, I don't disagree, but that's sort of like, okay, to like play that out, right? You could have 4 different combat scores, right? Of like close quarters skirmishing, long distance fighting, brutal wreckage strength. Like I'm pulling a lot of this from BitD. And then, you know, it's not that hard to set a DC for a combat, right? Like I think that argument falls apart slightly. Like when it talks about like, you know, like Pathfinder does have that sort of like really detailed, like jumping over a log type guidance. But the social pillar is abstract to a crazy degree. Like having literally no guidance for anything is I think is a bit lacking. You know, having some DC ranges and recommendations I think would be useful for DMs. And yes, G. Hercup, there are the general DC ranges. But I think that giving some guidance to DMs on what a difficult persuasion check even is would be helpful and useful. Like, there's basically no social guidance. And in a hobby where people are traditionally a little bit more socially inept, I think that sort of guidance would not go amiss at a lot of tables. Because, again, like, we don't, like we could abstract everything into DC checks. Cough, cough, BitD. But D&D is not a system that abstracts everything. And I think that a little bit more guidance would work well. Mass has a good social mechanic, whistles innocently. I'm going to look into masks. Don't you worry.
Like an involuntary, just trying to pull you closer. Then they lax, and she steps away, kind of averting her gaze, keeping her head down. She bends down and picks up her blade. Doesn't sheath it, just holds it limply at her side. And she begins to walk for the door. And she opens the door and looks back at you. Goes, her eyes kind of finally meeting yours, and you can see kind of the wet stains across her cheeks. You're still a scoundrel. That's what's kept you alive this long. In some ways, it's what's kept me alive this long. I've got a lot to think about. I want to go for a walk. I need some fresh air. And she closes the door behind her.
I just sit for a moment and think about everything. Try to remember more about Sybil.
It's a lot of faces blurring.
Yeah.
You worked your way through a lot of Tal'Duri in those days.
Yes. She was. Yes, I think, she wasn't that giant. No, she was, okay. And I don't...
Okay. Obviously, this is a joke. Everyone at the table is laughing. But I love this as a Scanlan joke. And I've talked a lot about joke characters versus characters who joke. And I think that this is like a legitimate thing that I can see the character Scanlan as I know them doing. Like, it doesn't take me out of the scene of like legitimately struggling to remember this person from their past. And that act in and of itself, like the fact that he is struggling with this is funny. Like, that is a joke, but it is not necessarily that the entire character is a joke. I think that's a really great encapsulation of kind of what I'm talking about when I talk about that. I like that a lot as a joke for Sam to make right now.
I have a very restless night thinking about everything in my room.
Okay. And with that, we're going to go ahead and take a bathroom break.
Wow! Amazing!
Good.
Sam Riegel, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god.
You avoided a showdown in your bedroom.
A showdown!
A showdown. Oh my gosh.
My daughter.
She's ready to...
Wow.
Whoa. We'll be back here real fast. We'll take this quick break as quick as we can because we got a lot to get through before we get to Christmas. We'll see you guys here in just a few minutes.
That was awesome.
But also with an air of benevolence, though.
Yeah. Woo! That was good. Holy shit, that was just it. That was just it. I always like, I don't tune out, but I always forget when we're getting like so close to the end. Oh man, sick. Yeah. I think Vibey social DCs is fine. It just often boils down to you have high charisma, so you talk. Oh yeah. Which I mean is kind of an unfortunate. Which kind of goes into the rogue stuff that we were talking about at the beginning of the stream about like rogues. And I think rogues have it even worse. But that is I think one of the troubles is that it's all boiled down to this one stat. Totally agree on base social system would be gate. Always need to balance art versus science, vibes versus mechanics of D&D for new DMs. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. Shit. There we are. Whoo! Good session. Good session. Great ending. Man. I don't even know. I am assuming that she's not going to hang around, right? I'm assuming that she will go somewhere else, right? Oh, thank you for the follow, Airsick. I appreciate it. Like, I'm assuming that, I mean, she's not going to, like, join the party. She's just going to be out there doing her own thing. Interesting. So it seems like this is going to be a bit of a bottle episode, right? This is going to be, like, it seems like they are choosing to address this whole, like, you know, thief in the night, clearing out Krieg's old place. Quest line, which is interesting. I mean, we're taking, yeah, I think we've, like, kind of fully tied up the Briarwoods. And so now maybe we're kind of having a little bit of a bubble, a little bit of a buffer episode. Let's put some parentheses around it to separate the next two big arcs. Like give them almost a one-shot-esque session or quest line, little guy. So that we don't have to jump back in to the big detailed arcs where we have to, everything's going to affect everything and we need to keep track of all that. We can just have a nice little, and maybe he can use that to give us the plot hooks to push us into the next thing. Potentially. I don't know. It's weird because Critical Role, as long as I've been watching it, has not really been, I'm going to use the term monster of the week, but even though that's not quite right, maybe serialized, right? I've never really, Critical Role is not really like new plot line every episode or every 2 or 3 episodes, right? It's always been these 10 episode arcs with really the exception of Slayer's Take, but that was, for meta reasons. Oh, dog. Bird. Oh, bird dog. Bird, I can't even explain this. 1 second. She has fully nestled her way, not only like under my legs. I don't know if you can see this. I need to turn up the exposure a little bit. You're going to see all my lovely cable management. Let's see. Oh, why can't I? 1 second. We're going to turn up the exposure. Pause. So you can actually see what's going on. Okay, so this is a dog right here, this big lump. And she has stretched herself all the way under the chair spoke. So this is a freaking chair leg that she has wedged her head underneath with her legs underneath the other chair leg. And I just tried to kind of back up and she kind of made a motion. And I'm like, oh my God, you freaking dog. She is just asking me to accidentally maim her. God. Ridiculous puppy. I will have to detangle myself after stream. Anyways. But I don't even remember what I was talking about at this point. Fill in the gaps of whatever point I was making. Oh my God. Something that just came to me during the 40 minutes. Do you think I've been wayward for a while, looking for a moral compass? Was Sam Riegel reflecting on Scanlan rather than only in character? That's not a bad way to look at it. You know what, Sputnik? I could give it to you. I could be convinced that was maybe a little bit of out-of-character talk slipping into the in-character monologue. Thematically, at least. We'll have to see how this all plays out. But I could be convinced. Located in Krieg's place, the third Horde of Orcus. Dun dun dun. Well, that is a system I recommend. Star Trek Adventures have a good social system. It's pretty much just their combat system, but with social stats. That's very similar to how Gritlands works, which I think is really cool. Since today's stream is so short, it is quite short. Yeah. What do you think about watching Critical Role's ad for their very own College of Tragedy bard? It's so funny. I'm down. Yeah. Throw it in. Post it in general. And I will watch that. Yeah. Just throw it in general. I'll take a look at that. Cause yeah, we do have time. Unless, I guess it depends on how long it is. Any spoiler concerns? Yeah, when did it come out? Maybe just post it in the content suggestions chat. I can't have raw, unfiltered content. None if it's just the ad? Okay. Yeah, throw it in, depending on how long it is. I reserve the right to reject. Is that a road work ahead sticker? It is indeed. I sure hope it does. Yes, there is a Dutch brewing company sticker that I got. Well, no, not a brewing company. It's a pub called Ultje, and then Roadwork Ahead. And those are the only 2 stickers I have on my desktop. Yeah. You were talking about long arcs and Monster of the Week. Oh, yeah. It's interesting that they're kind of going with this, what seems like I doubt that this investigation into the Creed place is going to be like a long arc, right? So it's kind of interesting. I'm a little bit kind of squinting my eyes at it. It's a little bit new for Critical Role. I'm not really used to it. So we'll have to see how it goes. I'm excited, though. It came out a year ago, and it's 342. Oh! Yeah. Yeah, I'll check it out. Let's see.
We now return.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it. We now return. Dutch pub for the beer you don't drink? Exactly. Look, I was there with some friends, and I actually think they did have some good ciders. But also, I'll choke down a beer if I have to. Tie my hands if I have to. But I won't like it. I won't like it, but I'll do it. Maybe someone watch it first. If John's posting the time codes, I'm assuming he's watched it, and we're probably fine. I don't remember the entirety of MCDM. But the one thing I liked is that NPCs have things you can bring up that will please them and things that will piss them off, affecting the results. Ooh, that is cool. I do like that. It would be harder to improv any given character, but depending on how general the topics are, that could still be very interesting. That sounds cool. This will be the first time you reacted to something off of the actual CR YouTube. Oh my gosh, you're right. And I'm not even subscribed. Okay, this is funny. I actually was subscribed for a while, but I do legitimately use my subscription feed, and this is, like, Megaphone Man is, like, the account that I use for, like, my general YouTube watching. And so I was seeing all of the Campaign 3 episodes in my sub feed. I was like, don't look at the title. Scroll past. Oh, don't look at the title. Scroll past. And so I had to unsubscribe. And I felt bad about being a dead subscriber. Because I was, weighing it. I was like, I should subscribe to them. I'm making all this content. But also I'm dead because I'm not actually watching any of the stuff right now. So I figure I'll resubscribe once I actually get to, like, Campaign 2. That's crazy. That is crazy. We'll always give it a like. It promotes researching NPCs, but yeah, hard to improv. Though they suggest pre-made lists, IRC. I'd stay unsubbed for the Tyler spoiler reasons. Yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, Seth Theshel. I mean, that's the balance between making things easy to improv versus not, especially for something like an NPC. It's a hard balance to strike, but pre-made lists would help with that. Wonder if you'll get to C2 before C3 ends. That's a legitimate question, especially now that I'll be watching at a faster rate. Legitimately unknown. Let's take a look at it.
Turn to Taldore Theatre and the Bard College of Tragedy.
I stabbeth thee!
Oh, I am stabbed!
Any last words?
Oh, most cruel treachery! But there is poetry in misery. Fate inspires in as it twists the knife and severs the golden threads that brought me to this tragic end. Thus die I, alone. Thus.
What is Trevor just doing? Travis. What is Travis just doing there in the background? What is this scene?
Thus. Yes. Inspired, my gaze turns to the heavens, and your sorrowful fate is mine to alter. Shall your pleas be heard beyond the gates divine?
Alas, my charisma saves are for naught. Too plagued with regret to beg for relief. God abandons his child in life and death. Oh.
I stab you again!
Oh! That's two! Out, brief candle. This walking shadow spins its tale of hubris to the ears of arrogance. My fate is tragic, but yours, O foe, is worse. A fatal downfall waits for you so vile and filled with devilry that my dying words cannot encompass it. Tragedy awaits thee, who struck me down. Weapon attacks now score critical hits against you on an 18 through 20.
Ah!
An impending misfortune beckons me. Triumph and time grow short. Though I falter, short rest is all I need. Oh, wilt thou give it me? Alas, my nimbus of pathos completes. A plague on both your houses! A horse! My twitchdom for a horse!
Already! Goosh!
Goosh! Goosh!
The rest is silence.
Turn misery into powerful poetry. Enroll in the Bard College of Tragedy.
That was pretty funny. He never guessed C3 is a sitcom. Oh my god. Unfortunately, Matt's Tragedy Bard sucks, but the concept is cool. Did Ashley just say gooch? I believe she did. I at least think you could interpret it that way. Oh, that's funny. I did see Taldore Reborn. I did see that in the LGS. I went, huh. I put on my critical blinders and I went, no, I will not look. It was purple and blue. But I did not gaze upon its pages, for risk of determining my own sour fate a breath too soon. No, I can't do it. I'll leave it to Matt. I can't do it. Oh, man. I hope you didn't see the title, Kima Killed Another One. Kima's still on her rampage of 3 campaigns. Oh my god. That skit explained nothing. I'm almost more confused by the subclass after watching that video. It really did not explain shit. I have a vague idea. I mean, yeah, kind of. I know that the making crits, you know, like making everyone like get like more consistent crits. That's kind of cool. I will say it got me interested. The colors were spoiled. That's big. It's huge. No copyright strikes from the CR people yet? Let's see. That's actually good. That's actually something I should have been looking at. No. Stream health is solid. So we can cross our fingers. We can cross our fingers, but that seems promising. We'll have to look into it more, when we get closer to the actual time for C2, but that seemed promising. It was also very short. So we'll see. But yeah, good point, John. It seems like a class based strongly on buffs, debuffs, which I love. I'm a big buff debuffer, so that would appeal to me. But if it sucks, that But also, I am very known to play things that suck, so maybe I'll take a look. C2 EP 20-ish, I believe. Okay, interesting. Gotcha, interesting. Still less painful to watch than some of the mid-break skits. Look, I like painful theater. That's my bread and butter, man. I'll watch that any day of the week. Oh, man. As long as it isn't Arcane Archer bad, I'm saying, Tedley. I'm saying. I mean, it would honestly be hard for a bard to be that bad because most bard subclasses just play on bardic inspiration, which you get plenty of. My entire problem with Arcane Archer is it's like, look at all these cool shit you can do. Have fun doing it twice. Ugh. Fuck you, Arcane Archer. Third level feature is like a reaction to make someone roll a charisma save instead of another save if they fail 3.5 to 6.5 damage. Whoa. That's weird. Yeah. Worst subclass, your opinion? It's either Arcane Archer or Banneret, Purple Dragon Knight. Because I brought up Arcane Archer, and the Discord was like, but what about Purple Dragon Knight? And we argued about it for a while. And I eventually came to the conclusion, we are arguing over -10 and -11 on a 10-point scale. Like, we're arguing over pennies here. Those two classes, or those two subclasses, Arcane Archer, Purple Dragon Knight, bottom of the pile. I don't even think they would be fun to play. I think, personally, I would rather play a Purple Dragon Knight, but I'll tell you, I never will. But if you were holding a bow to my head and making me choose, that's the one I'd pick. It's hard to be AA bad even if you're trying. It really is. It really is. But anyways, I think it'll just be short. I am still in the last week of work, and the work is, it is existentially less exhausting because I know that it's about to be over, but it is still regular exhausting because I'm having to do a bunch of shit before I leave. So I think I'm going to take this opportunity to go to bed early. But I'm psyched for Wednesday. I'm psyched for book club on Sunday, and I am so psyched for next week. So psyched. Tentatively, I will announce more officially in the announcements and the texts and in a YouTube post, but tentatively, I'm thinking new CR start time, Mondays and Wednesdays. I'm thinking full episode Fridays, same time, same place, noon, but tentatively 4 o'clock for half ep Monday and Wednesday. Trying to balance those time zones. So tentatively 4 o'clock. I want it to be earlier, but I don't want it to be too much earlier because then US time zones will start getting knocked out. So tentatively 4 o'clock. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. So I think that's all, though. I actually hate when Paladin gets Paladin spells and expanded lists. Like, what the fuck, dude? I'm already taking it. Yeah, fair enough. I get you. First live stream was fun. Thanks, Megan Check. Fuck yeah, Sputnik. I'm glad. Hopefully they will only get more fun. I will say, even though really the main thing about Critical Role that's changing is, full episode Friday every Friday, I do have some ideas. I have some ideas for ways to change up. I talked about my idea for the on-screen element thing, but I have some other ones that I won't link. But maybe related to the fact that I will have a whole room to play around with. We'll see. To actually spice up the Critical Role streams a little bit more. So, all right. Pink background videos soon. I will say the thumbnails are going to get revamped. Guaranteed. I don't know if you love any particular thumbnail, but go and take a screenshot now because they're disappearing. Within the next month or two, I am probably going to revamp all of my thumbnails, including the past ones. So, get it while the going's good. What is that relative to now? Oh no, I don't know what is what relative to now. Oh, what is 4 o'clock? So right now, my time, it starts at 5:30. So that'd be about an hour and a half before the normal start time. So whatever the normal start time for Mondays and Wednesdays is for you, about an hour and a half sooner is about what I'm thinking. I totally forgot about... I was doing this for the time zones, and I forgot about the time zones. It was a great stream. See you soon. Fuck yeah. Thanks, Valkyrie. Careful of Doggo. I do have to be careful. Oh, she's twitching. She's sleeping. Courtboard Chaos Theory Corner. Deadly. You might... I ain't saying shit. I'm just, maybe highlighting that message right there. I don't know. He's inviting Super Geek Mike. Super Geek Mike lives in California. That is an expensive plane ticket that I don't have the money for. But if Mike wants to come over, he's got a bed anytime. I came after Super Geek Mike's latest video and happy to be here. So thanks, Mike. I guess Mike, my Warlock patron. I know. I agree. He's the best. So welcome. You have good taste. In Mike. He's so sick. I still need to watch that video. I heard that I got shouted out, and he actually told me that he was in the process of making that video because we were talking yesterday. Maybe the day before? I don't remember. So I knew that video was on the way, but I didn't realize it was dropping. So I'm cool. Very cool of him. He's and I will say, if you're a Mike, if you're a super GM person, I have some distinct plans. I have some plans to get Mike to stream more often. Now we'll see if he lets me. I don't know. He's got his own, life stuff going on, but if I have my way, you will be seeing more Mike. It's 10 p.m. Chicago time. Yeah, 10 p.m. right now. Yeah. Chalkboard with just Kima. 26 subs since the last update, which is pretty good background growth. I am shocked. I thought that the 2 weeks off was going to see negative growth. That's what happened the last time, when I took my honeymoon, that there was a dip in subscribers and things only grew. So it's so cool. So exciting. You got a lovely shout out. Cool. No, you're the best. Mike! Get out! What are you doing here, Mike? This guy. Mike's dope. I'm super excited. Mike's how serendipitous. Everyone say hi to Mike. Say hi to the patron. I've literally been in the chat for 30 seconds and heard praise. That's not good for my ego. This is all we've been talking about, Mike. This has been 4 hours and 30 minutes of how much we all love Mike. No. But this is patron summoned. Whoosh. Oh man, I think and new chatter. Who that? We haven't even started the CR episode yet. It's so true. But anyways, I think that's actually where we're gonna end it. That's very fitting to end it with some Mike praise. And yeah, I'm excited to see everyone on Wednesday. Peace out. I will see you. Super Geek Wife also agrees this is bad for my ego. I need to come up with some sort of sign off because I always ramble into the sign off. But good night, chat. Good night, Mike.